Dark waters churn where the shadows lie. Silent in the depths, you don't hear a cry. Scales like liquid steel, coils tense and cold. A flash in the gloom, electricity unfolds. Glide through the current, swift and unseen, pulsing your veins of fear when the light breaks clean. A strike in the blue, the charge arcs wide. Your Mondays awakened, there's no place to hide. Yield as you suffer, the tension in your bones, the flicker, the spark. You're out here on your own. Electric serpent coursing through the sea, shark in the waters, lightning sets you free. Water snake rebel, fast as mortal dread. Your Mandy rises, better hope you fled. Torrents swirl, the current fights your way. You sense the danger in the stormy spray. A hiss in your ear, crackle in the deep. When it strikes, you'll know there's no time to weep. Slither past wrecks, around rusted frames, charging up the storm, igniting hidden flames. A phantom in the dark, a ruler of the flood, wielding water, lightning, dreading every thud. You feel the hum, tension in your bones, the flicker, the spark. You're out here on your own. Electric serpent coursing through the sea, shark in the waters, lightning sets you free. Water snake rebel, fast as mortal dread. Your Mandy rises, better hope you fled. Yo, real quick, this is Spooner speaking. You think you got guts to face the Yo Mandy? If you're new to the deep, come join my Sherpa program. I'll show you how not to get fried by aquatic lightning snakes. Free tip, don't pet the thing. Alright, back to the mayhem.
everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How's it going, everyone? Tomo salutes. Northern Tech, how you doing, dude? You okay? How's everyone doing today? I am so sorry for the early wake-up call. How is everyone doing? Let me just stick on some background tunage. A second. Good morning, Architect. How are you doing? How's it going, everyone? I'm sorry. I'm going to have to just set this up as well because we're doing the podcast with AstroPub, the Captain Stable. He's doing a 24-hour live stream and podcast combination where he just does back-to-backs podcasts all day. So I need to set it up and join him in the chat. So give me 1 second, guys. Just get the music in the background for you. Copy this. Hey, buddy, how's it going? I am live, so, you know, do not say F4B, whatever the saying is.
We're live, but we're muted on our side. I'm sure you're live on your side, so. Oh, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Awesome.
Sorry, guys. I know that I'm on mute. Just 1 second. I'm just setting up with the guys here. You can hear music, though, right? You've got music. You just can't hear me talking. Thank you, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to get this set up. Sorry, guys. We're just setting up for the podcast. Give Paul a second. And I think we're going to start in 5 minutes. Hopefully you are all good. I'm sorry for the dry intro here.
Not that it makes any difference.
Well, what I didn't know was that you work with Space Tomato as one of his editors.
Hopefully you guys can hear everything. I'm just going to mute myself for 5 minutes. 1 second, boys. Good morning, Jack. Harold, how you doing? Death Star Luna, Farm Dog. Mayhem, Aaron, Bandana. How's it going? Yankee, how you doing, dude? You okay? I need to change that, actually. Good point.
Hello and welcome back to session 2 of the 24-hour Captain's Table. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, and we're raising money for charity. We're raising money for Gamers Outreach, exclamation point charity in chat if you are on Twitch. And it is, we've raised so far $475 for the charity. This charity itself is designed to help children out who are in hospitals, but not just with games, but with technology in general, because one of the most boring and scary things that can happen for a child is to be in a hospital bed for multiple days, if not months. So the idea of Gamers Outreach is that they build these things called go-karts, which are sort of gaming stations that they can then roll around to different places, and then they can like roll them right up to the beds of kids so they can play games while they are recovering from various illnesses that they have. And it helps them feel more normal. It helps them reduce stress, and that helps them heal better. So it's a great charity. I've been helping them out for many years, and they're doing this big drive right now. So hopefully the goal eventually is to get, for this 24 hours, to get $4,000. Right now we're at $425. And each milestone we'll be doing a giveaway once we reach those milestones. So I'm going to start with Mr. Citizen Spooner. Who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Where can they find you?
Hello. This is quite awkward to talk about yourself. So thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for starting with me. I was going to watch
problem.
£10.42 and then copy his intro. So thank you for starting with me.
Well, throw you under the bus, both wheels.
Perfect. So my name's Spooner. I've been a content creator now since January this year. I basically, I played Star Citizen for a long time, like nearly 10 years, something like that. And I had a regular job. I just, always loved Star Citizen, so would create little videos every now and then. Like, I think 7.5 years ago, I tried making a YouTube video about the best build for a warden, and then I was like, I can't make YouTube videos on Star Citizen. It's not there yet. There's nothing happening.
Madness.
It's madness.
Terrible idea. Nobody should do that. Nobody should do that.
I always looked at the guys making YouTube videos. I was like, it's not the time for me to make YouTube videos. It's not the time for me to do anything. And I started dabbling in YouTube videos and streaming at the beginning of the year. I lost my job due to redundancy, and my chat at the time, which was like 14 people, were like, why don't you try and become a streamer? So I had a little bit of money from the redundancy and was like, why not? Let's see what happens. And it's been the most insane year of my life. And I found this incredible community. And then now I'm slowly getting to know, a lot of the content creators a little bit more personally. It's been the craziest year, Paul. Let's just put it that way.
Welcome to the community. You're going to experience the highs and lows that we've all been experiencing over the last several decades. So, although decade plus, and you picked a great time to start because it's actually a game or becoming a game. So we'll talk about that. Mr. 10 who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen, and where can they find you?
Yes, hello. I should copy what you did now and say, what did you say? I don't like talking about. I don't know. I make YouTube videos mostly, which is, as you say, is a bad idea in general if you have any sanity. But I'm even crazy that I tend to make videos about performance, how to get your PC, different PC parts, how to get it working in the game, which is not that easy because Star Citizen is pretty unoptimized, and the minimum specs on the website are, I can only say, a giant lie. So yeah. So a while back, I think about 5 years ago, I thought, oh, maybe I'll just start making some videos. And now increasingly I'm dipping in to more of like opinion-based stuff on the game, which is probably a bad idea, but it's fun. And I think that's probably why we're all here, because we all have opinions about the game. And yeah, so, and also I recently have started doing a bit of streaming. So I've done a bit of streaming in the week, early UK time on a Monday, Wednesday and Friday on YouTube and Twitch, which has been much more fun than I thought it would be, because in the past, I've hated streaming. So you guys that do it regularly, I don't know how you do it, but I thought, I'll just give it a go, and it's been really fun. So yeah, lots of fun and games and shenanigans, and I don't really play the game as much as I should. Mostly it's looking at and making ridiculous graphs. Well, yeah, I've done some performance stuff on stream, but all sorts of random stuff. But yeah, it's been fun.
For those of you who don't know, me and 10 sat down to do when I was building my current rig, and we actually did a video. I still have the footage. I don't know how I'm going to put it together. We had a discussion on like what is a good build, and I kind of gave him my build, and he gave me opinions on it, and so we actually managed to. So my build is at least partially 10#42 approved. I would say that.
Oh, fun stuff.
The only change that I made from our discussions was I got a Ryzen 7 9800 X3D, because I told them at the time, I'm like, I got it, because originally I was talking with them and I was like, is it worth it? And you said not for the price, it's a little high. And I'm like, I came back a couple of weeks later and I said, I got it for $20 more, and you're like, yes, that is a great deal to get it just for $20 more expensive. So yeah, just for fun, what would your minimum specs for Star Citizen be for people, just in a quick?
Oh yeah, a real quick one. So I've got videos on this, but on the AMD side, so the CPU is the main problem for Star Citizen generally, and RAM. So on the CPU side, probably I wouldn't go back much further than a Ryzen 3000 series. So a 3600 will get you around, and I say around, you can't hit 30 all the way around the cities, but it will get you around 30 FPS in the cities. And then on the Intel side, that's equivalent to about an i5 10400 or 11400. They're pretty much the same. You probably could dabble in the 8000 series as well there. And then from a RAM point of view, at absolute bare minimum, you can play the game on 16 gigabytes of RAM. Lots of people will say you have to have 32. You don't have to, but you'll have a much better time with 32. You have to start messing around with things like the page file if you're going to do 16. And then graphics cards. Now there's upscaling in the game. It's a bit easier on the graphics card. So something like you can get away with something like a 1060, 6 gigabyte. But I mean, the interesting stuff, the tech preview we had a while back looking at the Vulkan stuff, there was loads of tech preview changes for the graphic settings as well. And so RAM changes, VRAM changes even. And so potentially the game is going to get a bit more customizable. So lots of videos to be made when that actually comes to live servers. But for now, yeah, probably something around those specs.
If you want to know anything about your own specs, go check out 10pound42's YouTube. He does a lot of videos that probably your build is probably something you 10pound has tried out at some point. So
I've got a lot of parts to test.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully I'll be able to point you in the right direction. But yeah, lots of fun.
And then we have Cepheus. Cepheus, who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Where can they find you?
Hey, I am Cepheus. I probably the odd one out here a little bit because I'm not really a content creator. I used to stream on Twitch. I kind of fell off of that after I wasn't really getting satisfactory streaming performance out of my computer. Looking at a PC upgrade at the end of this year, I might return to it. But my thing is I'm a leader of a medium, small-sized org, Northern Star. You can find me at youtube.com/@NorthernStarSC or Northern Star on RSI. You can look us up. NSPC is the title. Find links to our Discord there if you're interested in checking us out, either as a member or an affiliate. But I try to look at things through kind of a group gameplay perspective. We just passed 200 members, which I'm super happy about. And that's kind of my lens with which I view the Star Citizen world, is kind of how can this be utilized by groups. And yeah, makes me kind of the odd one out here, but I think it's kind of a nice little bit of variety. So yeah, that's what I do.
All right. So same questions I've been asking all the other groups. I'm going to start with you, Cepheus, and we're going to work our way around. First question is, what was best about this year?
Man, I think the CIG's whole concept of the year of stability has honestly been quite a success. With the recent release of 4.3.2 being not amazing, a lot of people have been complaining the past week or so, but it feels like the game is much more playable than it's ever been. That's what CIG said at the latest CitizenCon, is that all the stats are up, way up. And I think this is, we obviously haven't seen much progression in the game as far as features goes, but as far as playability and Star Citizen being a game, this has been a huge leap in 2025. And I'm hoping that this kind of helped them solidify the foundation of the game so that they can start pushing features again in 2026. Yeah.
10, same question to you. What was the best about this year?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the content probably is the obvious and probably the right answer. Like it has, like we said, it's sort of turned into a real game, sort of. I'm not gonna use that as my real answer. I'm gonna make up a more controversial answer for fun, because I'm sure most people, when you ask this question all day, will say the content has been the best thing. I'm gonna say, and it's a double-edged sword, the fact that CIG have made tons and tons of money is the best thing this year for the overall health of the project. Mm-hmm. It does have implications on what they do going forward, though. So we might look back and think this was the year where they worked out how to make tons of money, and it could either go in a good direction from here or a bad direction from here. And so who knows? But they've been seriously successful from a money point of view. They've sold loads of ships. That's part of it, but part of it has been the game's been more playable. I assume that's why people they're playing the game more regularly, and if you're playing the game, you're much more likely to say, "Oh, there's a new ship. Maybe I'll buy that." And so that's not my real answer, but for the sake of not probably saying what everybody's going to say, I'll use that.
You're playing devil's advocate there. It's works.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Spoon, same question for you. What's best about this year?
So I think that my personal experience is probably going to have tainted my opinion on this.
That's fine.
It's very difficult to view it as a regular backer this year, just because obviously for me, it's felt like a bit of a dream come true. I've
Yeah.
like, it probably helps to give a little bit more context, but basically when 4.0 released, I was kind of a bit annoyed that only content creators were getting to play Pyro, because I felt like as a backer, we've been like waiting forever for this, forever. And then to see all our favorite content creators playing Pyro every day, it was like really winding me up. And I think that was a little bit. So when I first started streaming, my stream title was streaming every day until I become Eva Carte or something like that. It was like it was a joke, right? But when I started streaming, I was like, because I'm probably not going to be able to do contested zones without an org. So then I started finding people who were in a similar situation to me. I just played this game by myself for years and started inviting people who maybe avoided PvP to come and just join in with me. And then we just, you know, it doesn't matter if you die, right? You just go again. It's like, there's no real risks. This is the perfect time to get into PvP and stuff like that. And so this year, and especially with Tier 0, right? This year, I think allowed a lot of regular Star Citizen backers the ability to play the game without worrying about losing this stuff. Whether or not, like, that's, you know, a silly thing to be scared about anyway. It doesn't matter. For whatever reason, it allowed a lot of players to jump into PvP and experience the multi-crew gameplay that we're all, you know, we've all grown to love this year. You know, half-or fights, contested zones, and Stormbreaker, and everyone could do these events and see that there was nothing actually to worry about. And then it's, now I'd say that my community is probably like half and half, right? That, you know, maybe people that don't like fighting, they can come along in a mining capacity and help mine, whilst the people who really like doing dogfighting can protect them. And so this year, for me, this is when it felt, to echo a little bit of what the lads have said here, is that it's felt like a game this year. And then not only that, the events that Star Citizen have been, CIG have been putting into the game have allowed for this dynamic gameplay where you bring people from all different facets of the game. You know, the guys who usually play by themselves doing cargo, they would come along for supply or die. And then the people who like mining, you know, they would come out the woodwork to start doing, you know, Hathor and farming for Karanite. And so for this year, and it's a little bit about like what the guys have said here, but the content has allowed, you know, the community to really come out and experience what this game could be in the future. And so to me, it's a little bit basically what the guys have said, just with a little bit more context from my point of view.
I understand, completely understand that, because that's I think that's what I have seen just from the community in general, is just people coming back who haven't played in forever, people who have never played in groups starting to play in groups, groups forming, orgs. I ran a watch party that we were lucky enough to get sponsored by CIG, because I live in Austin, so there's a studio here. But it wasn't just me; it was a lot of other folks from the Bar Citizens here in Texas. And one of the things we did is we had a big showcase before the show started of all of the different orgs who, in some cases, helped fund the event. And there were like 8, and all those stories, like I say, like maybe 2 or 3 were like, yeah, we've been here for like 4 or 5 years. Most of them like, yeah, we've been here for like a year to 2 years, and we're pretty new. And it's all this sort of great little stories about these people who are coming together because, like, oh, this is a game now. Like this is a game we can play on a regular basis. So all right, and I'll start with the next question for you, Spooner, since you're the last person to answer the last question, which is, what was worst about this year?
So I think that there's one thing that really is, you know, when we get the bad patch, when we get the really bad patch that, you know, everyone starts to get into a bad mood with the game, and people start to fall out of love with it a little bit. And for me, there was one moment in particular where basically for the whole patch, as soon as I sat in a ship, I would crash to desktop. And there was a really bad, I know a couple of people that had that same problem, and that kind of really, for like a month, the game was sort of unplayable. That was pretty bad. But then there's this overarching thing I feel from CIG this year, is that when the game was less of a game, it felt like more of a partnership between the backers and the developers, and it felt like a conversation. And then each week we'd have Around the Verse, we would have, you know, an Inside Star System, whatever it is, the shows that they make. It felt like there was more open dialogue, and it felt like we were developing the game alongside the developers. And whilst the game is now becoming more of a game, it's feeling now more of a regular corporate video game company. in the sense that they want to try and keep things secret from us, you know, to experience it in the game. But then by the time it gets in front of us, I feel like there's like this big disconnect of what's fun or what, you know, the backers would want it to be. And for me, it feels like communication has fell off. I had a conversation with Mike, Salty Mike, and for me, if you haven't got the capacity to make an Inside Star Citizen, maybe the show's become too big. It requires a lot of pre-production, post-production, all this planning, interviews with the developers, whatever it is. If those shows have become too big, then they need to kind of scale them back and make it more personable. And if it's, honestly, for me, I would take 10 minutes with a developer every freaking week if it meant that we were having the conversations on a more regular basis. And for me, you know, having developer play-alongs would be like a big thing. You know, once a week, you know, Elliot sits down and plays through the latest mission, or then, you know, goes through the contested zones for the first time. And that kind of thing wouldn't require any pre-production, post-production. Just sit them down on Twitch and we'll all join in and watch it together, and it'll be incredible. For me, the communication has been the worst thing about this year. And so, yeah, sorry to sum it up. I tried to add a bit more context, but yeah.
The communication. No, I have that is a common thing, I'd say, especially since, because like I not to defend CIG in this one, it's more of an explanation for that. I think the reason why they haven't been doing a lot of those, basically it's a ship trailer and a patch trailer that they do, but now it's like two videos a month if we're ready, if that. And I think it's because of, I think you said it right, is that they used to have the luxury of having a patch come out every 3 months. So they had time in those 3 months to gather people together and interview people every week or every other week about specific things. And now it's such a fast turnaround time. Those people who they normally be able to pull are like, I got like something to do. I got to get this done like next week. I can't waste time right now. I can give you time after I'm done, but so as a result, it's reduced. So it'd be interesting because they used to do that. They used to do the like live streams where they just play the game and then they just sort of talk and hang out while they play the game for Star Citizen Live back when it was called Reverse the Verse or something like that. But
I just felt like what wasn't the sub money they make supposed to go into producing the weekly shows or whatever for the backers, and it feels like
literally the only thing that's literally what it's only used for. So, yeah.
But now all we get is a behind the ships, which is an advert, and I feel like I'm funding adverts to myself to buy a ship, and it's like like
you are doing that.
If you're gonna make one video a month, then it better not be an advert that I've just paid for. And I'm assuming that, you know, that isn't coming out of the same pot of money, but that's great. But if we're getting a behind the ships, that's no replacement for a developer update. I used to, when the game had less to do, it felt like we had more communication about what the game was going to be or what they were working on. Now there's more to do than ever in the game, but now we're getting less communication than ever. So.
Yep. All right. What's bad, 10 pound? What's bad about this year?
Yeah, I mean, I for sure agree with all of that, and that would probably, I'll have two. I'll use that as my first one for sure. Everything you just said there, I completely agree with. I mean, it's almost like the death of open development this year in some ways. They just have completely wound down their communication, and as somebody who's looking forward not to what the game is now, because the game is still in its current state, is still very far off what their actual vision is. For somebody who cares about what the game will be when it gets to 1.0. This year has been really tough from a communication point of view, and but though back to my thing that I said was good, saying they've made so much money from this strategy. Well, again, the bad thing from that is that they'll probably carry on this strategy going forward because it's obviously been so successful. So, for sure, everything you just said, I agree with. It's been the best year to play the game probably, but the worst year to follow the game's development. I think is probably the best way to sum it up. But my other one would be the lack of feature progress, or perceived lack of, from our side of things, the lack of feature progress. Obviously, in CitizenCon, Rich in one of the bits said that he personally had hoped there'd be more features releasing this year, and we obviously, I think most people were also hoping for more features to be released this year. And obviously, looking back at their the tech preview plan or the EPTU plan that they had in the letter for the chairman from last December or whenever it was, their plan was to run all this content alongside regular EP2 or tech previews where they'd be testing out these new features, and then they would eventually come into live patches. I mean, that has been so underutilized this year. We only had a tech preview on Vulkan, and we're about to get one on engineering, and we're basically nearly at the end of the year. So for me, the lack of progress that I've seen or heard about, again, they've not told us much in ISVs this year, and even at CitizenCon, it was massively, the feature stuff was really on the down. It was really down on the kind of priority list to talk about for probably other reasons. But the lack of progress towards 1.0 is the thing that's made me probably the worst thing, as well as the death of open development, maybe.
You're muted.
Cepheus, what's the worst part about this year?
I would agree with the other two on a lot of things, and honestly, the kind of corporatization of CIG is something I've been watching very closely through my my time following Star Citizen, and I feel like it's a consequence. It's one of those suffering from success things where they're just getting so big that they can't sustain the personable relationship that they had with the backers once. Combined with an element of the backers did it to themselves by, you know, getting upset whenever the roadmap would change. That caused a roadmap to get shorter, and just kind of punishing CIG whenever plans would change, so they stopped sharing their plans. And it feels not a it's our fault thing. Like, I don't really we can't really assign fault to somebody, but it you know, it seems like just a consequence of them growing into this bigger corporate entity. I mean, they're the size of the development studio of Rockstar North almost when they were making GTA 5.
Mhm.
And it's really hard to be that like hometown developer buddy that you can go have a beer with when you're at that size. The year has been disappointing on the front of features because, you know, with 4.0 initially it was supposed to have engineering and the solar flares and life support and fire and all these things. And obviously none of that has come out this year. And instead, CIG did the whole, well, it's the year of stability thing. And I think that initiative has been a big success. And I've had more fun playing the game this year than I have any other game. And I have not felt the hurt from the lack of these features as much as I think we would have if we did not have the amount of content that we've had. But it still is, you know, you look back at the CitizenCon from last year, and it's kind of like, well, where's all this stuff? And I think it's kind of the lack of ISCs every week has been kind of a big letdown for me. I think I mirror you guys on that a lot. So hopefully this next year they'll have more to talk about, but I do think they've been letting the game speak for itself a bit more than spoon feeding us everything they have. They're just like, here, play it yourself, see it on your own. Which there's merit to that, I think, but it does suck that we're not getting as much communication from CIG. So overall, I mean, I don't really have many complaints from this year, considering the amount of content and stuff. And like, again, from my frame of leading an org, we've had more consistent activity this year than ever before. We've had more things to do. And I value that a lot. But yeah, I'll end my ramble there.
Yeah, I mean, to add up to that, I know they just did CitizenCon Direct, which was basically a big ISC. But
yeah,
but like we had no ISCs and no pit, no inside the ships things this month, and I highly doubt we will have one next month because they usually do a bunch of video content for IAE, so for the big sale in November. So we're probably not going to have, and they usually take a break in December. So we're probably not going to have any video content outside of like maybe an hour or so content in sometime in November, which is just an advertisement for the sale.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, I understand when people were complaining about like you're selling, you're giving me 2 videos a month, and one of those videos is an ad, and the other video is basically an ad for the patch you're about to drop, which has been in our hands for months. And there's no updates on the feature side of things. Me and Tomato talk about this all the time because we both are lament that the fact that the only way you can get feature information now is through their monthly report. And the problem about the monthly report is that the monthly report, A, nobody reads it, and B, there's no like saying stuff in video or saying stuff on like we did this. isn't the same as showing it on a video. I know some people will be like, well, it's less till it's in my hands, I don't care, which is valid. But also more people would be more excited to see it than they are to read about it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
I actually feel like it's not. So, sorry, Paul. I actually feel like I'm probably quite forgiving not getting the features if we have communication around the current progress of the features. Like, for me, CitizenCon is where I want them to sit. I will sit down and watch them for 5 hours. Just give me half an hour with every developer and have a bit of a catch up about what they've been doing this year. You know, hey, if we're not getting base building, cool. But where are we up to over what you showed us last year? Maybe just spend 10, 20 minutes telling me how base building has evolved from the last time you showed it off. You don't even have to show footage of it, so you don't need anyone's time to capture it. Just tell me, you know, based off what we've seen last year, in what ways is it developed? The thing that worries me with this, how sitcom went, is that it probably hasn't developed beyond what they showed last year, and that's my main concern.
That's the fear.
That's my fear. Is
they didn't.
Well, because what did they show on crafting?
About it.
Yeah. And like, I think their hope was to do Evo, as 10 pointed out, their hope was to do Evo builds throughout the year, so that people would be able to not just hear about it, they could see and feel and touch and play those EPTU tech previews and those EPTUs of like these new features. And it's clear that because they didn't do these tech previews and EPTUs, they haven't evolved on these features. They're basically the same as they were last year. In fact, that last I heard on the monthly report was like March, where they said that base building, everything they showed off in the CitizenCon in 2024 was finished, in terms of like, it was just waiting for UI to be added. So it was working in the game. That was the last time we heard anything about base building. So it's like, yeah, base building is probably not anytime soon.
They did sort of say it's at SitCon. Was it Chris Roberts at the end was like, people have been saying that nothing's happening on these things, or I guess people are always kind of saying that, there's no one working on the PU, it's everything's on Squadron. So I think he said something along the lines that hint that, just because we're not showing it doesn't mean no one's working on it, which I think that's the case, right? People are obviously working on these things, but I think maybe it's just they don't want to show it because the progress hasn't been substantial enough to. But from CitizenCon, that's what I want to see every year. I actually don't want to see any content. Like, you know what? Don't show me the latest content coming in next. Don't show me the gang that we're going to fight. Just put it in the game and then we'll experience it. Like content, I don't want to ever see anything on besides a little trailer, when it drops. They need to stop spoiling content. Just put it in the game. Show me feature work.
It is funny that they said they were going to stop spoiling all the content and then they spoiled all of the content. It's
they didn't. They just kept saying mysterious faction, like it wasn't the mysterious faction's name was and what its context was 2 months ago.
I do think when it comes to progress on things like engineering and base building, that they're going to kind of CIG seems to have switched to this cadence of they don't say anything about a feature for a really long time, and then they're, oh, by the way, it's coming in the next patch. They did that with Nyx, that we didn't hear much about. I mean, we heard stuff and whispers about Nyx and leaks and stuff, but then they were like, oh, that's coming next month. And nobody expected that. And I have a feeling it's going to be the same thing with base building, engineering, all that stuff. Is it's going to be oh, by the way, engineering's coming in 4.5 or something like that. It's going to be like the patch ahead. We're going to get like a month notice that this stuff is coming in versus hearing about it in ISCs for 6 months. Which there's obviously a lot of discussion that could be had on whether or not that's better, but I don't feel like these features are very far away, but we're going to be surprised when they show up, which I don't know if I prefer that or not, but
it's not bad. But I do think that we wouldn't have this conversation if like if there was an engineering ISC, not ISC, but if an engineering tech preview or EPTU in like July. Then most people had been like, oh, we've seen it and we'll move on. They might ask for some updates, and if someone just said it's the same as you last saw it, people would be like, okay. But like it's a matter of like, now that we're getting content, now that CIG is like, here's this feast of things you can do in the game, we're like, cool, this is nice, but this is like hors d'oeuvres. These are just the where is my steak, where is my chicken, where is my my filling meal that we're waiting for? Can you please give us an update on that? You know?
Well, doing the content would be better if we had a working friends list and we were able to invite our org to things. And it's like,
oh, don't you talk about social tools. Oh my god, man, that is such a.
But it's true that
so
the
bad.
content,
Yeah.
the content could be the best in the world, but if you can't meet up with your friends because you can't invite people, you know, like all of these things is, and it's difficult because it's like at the same time I've played more than ever. But that just makes me see all the stuff that we need desperately because I play it every day and I'm like, where's the friends list? You know, why is this happening? You know,
we someone in the last segment mentioned it's like the game is has much more content. It's so much more stable that you notice all of the things that are missing now as a result. You know, before you were like struggling to get the game to function. Now the game functions and you're like, we're missing half of a game. Like, where is this? All right, we got two more questions. I'll start with you, Cepheus, in this next one. Did this year live up to your expectations? And explain a little bit why.
Yesn't. It did, but it didn't. I wanted the initial promises, obviously, this year for the end of last year with 4.0 were very big, and there's still a lot of things that we have yet to see from those. When CIG said a year of stability, you know, that kind of drove high expectations in of itself. And I think a lot of that has been, a lot of the game has lived up to the expectations of stability that CIG promised, in my opinion. That said, some features, particularly the org tools, social tools, I'm really feeling the lack of those. The ability to have that org UI stuff like org paints, org logos in game, that kind of stuff would transform my gameplay experience for everybody that I play with on a daily basis. And I had thoroughly expected those to make their way in at some point this year, and they're not.
Yeah.
But so it lived up to my expectations in some ways and not in others. As soon as CIG said year of stability, where, you know, features are taking a back burner, I kind of was like, okay, we're not going to see much this year. And that seems to have been kind of maybe the right move for them, considering where we've ended up. But there are certain things that I really wish they would have been able to sneak in this year. So yesn't is, you know, 5.5 out of 10. I don't know.
10, same question to you. Did this year live up to your expectations? Yes or no? And explain why.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish I could say yes or no. I think it is mixed, isn't it? I mean, again, CIG talked about year of playability, and under that banner they talked about stability, performance, and content. You have to say that from a content point of view, they surely have exceeded everybody's expectations. I mean, I don't see how anybody could argue that the content they put in this game has been way more than and way better quality. Whether it's always worked or not, that's another question. But the quality of what they've done, the kind of big kind of sandbox events and locations that they've created have been way past my expectation of the year. So on that side, big thumbs up. Stability, yes, CIG will claim that their numbers are looking great. They then just released this latest patch, which was an absolute mess, and there's all sorts of bugs with it. So that, I think, is much more mixed than CIG would want us to believe when they're kind of tooting their own horn or whatever on CitizenCon, say, oh, it's been the best year ever. It's like, well, they are ignoring the major issues that stability has had. Obviously, the freight elevator stuff with the resource drive event was horrific, and a lot of people played that and then were like, nope, and they just put that on the game. So there's been serious issues with stability, but yes, on the whole, they'd say their internal figures are looking positive. And then performance, well, I've tested every patch this year on a high-end machine. Performance hasn't changed that much. Like, it is a bit better than maybe before 4.0, but this year there's not been masses of progress in terms of performance. It's not like a low-end machine that couldn't run the game now suddenly can. And remember, we're getting a bit in the weeds here. We're still using the same code base that 4.0 launched on. We've not had any major engine releases, no massive performance changes. They've just been tweaking stuff all year. So you can't say performance has massively improved over the year, I don't think. And so for those three, yes, it's mixed. But then their big promise was, like we talked about, the promise of the year of playability combined with the testing of the features in the EPTU tech preview, which hasn't really happened. And so, yes, there's been great things this year, but I think ultimately, when I read that letter from the chairman, and nobody actually does this because nobody reads those things and is like, well, nobody reads and nobody necessarily believes what they're saying completely. At this stage, or at least if you have been around for a while, you'll know that there's a load of stuff in a letter that will probably change as the year goes on. But when I read that and thought, well, that sounds like a good plan. If they do pull that off, that will have been a good year. I'd have to say I'm probably leaning slightly to underwhelmed rather than really positive about this year, I think.
Spooner, same question to you. Did Star Citizen live up to your expectations this year? Yes or no?
So I feel like this year went pretty much how I expected it to. Obviously, I would have loved to have them slip in the like new UI and social features. Like I would have loved them to put that in as like a September stealth thing that they just dropped. Because in my head, I'm like, how long does it take to make a friends list and we've been having friends lists and UIs forever. Come on, guys. But and I'm not a developer. I'm just some idiot on the internet, right? How hard is it to make a friends list? Come on, let's just do it, right? But this year kind of went exactly how I expected it to. We went from not being able to play the game when 4.0 came out because we couldn't leave a station. You know, there was no elevators. We were trapped in stations, and it was probably the most broken the game's ever been just after 4.0 came out. I'd say that the game, in terms of playability, I pretty much play it every single day on stream for hours and hours and don't really have any game-breaking, things happen. For the most part, if I fall through the ground, I just exit the menu, come back in, and I kind of carry on. 30Ks aren't really a thing anymore. Obviously, when a big patch comes out, sometimes that happens. There is actually something that this probably is more of a £10.42 thing, but each month for the last couple of months for me, the game has felt worse and worse doing the things that I like to do. So when Hathor came out, you could have massive capital ship fights, and it was really fun. Then the next patch, the performance around the OLPs got slightly worse. And I don't know if it's where they're moving server resource or whatever's happening. But basically, like every stream, I would start off doing, an hour of hunting patrols. And then, when you get to those red patrols, orange patrols, each patch, they're getting worse and worse to where, enemies are desynching all over the place. Yesterday, I went to the contested zones, which CIG have done something really great. They've kind of breathed a little bit of life into the older content by putting some of the new weapons in the contested zones. Great. Everyone's gone there to do it. But there's only currently 2 servers in Pyro. So it's less servers in Pyro than ever. And now you're forcing players to go and fight to the death. And what's the weirdest thing? And £10.42 will probably be able to say this a little bit better, right? I'm running around in Ruin with 50, 60 FPS. It feels like I've got 10. I'm not even joking. It's I am playing at the worst frame rate I've ever played. I've got a 4090, a 9800 X3D, and 64 gigabytes of RAM. I'm playing with 50 FPS, and it feels like garbage. I don't know what's going on there, but, £10.42 probably be able to.
Well, I'd assume it's the server FPS is struggling, and therefore everything feels less responsive. That would be my
20, 30 FPS. 20, 30 FPS.
Really? Server?
Yeah, server FPS 20. I've got 60 in the game, and then it feels completely garbage. And I stopped streaming last night, and then I was watching Berks for a little bit, and he was saying the exact same thing. He had the R display up, and he was like, "I've got 50 FPS, but it feels like crap." And it's the server FPS was 20, so I would say that I would accept 20.
Okay. It could well be. It could be potentially rather than frame rate, it could be more frame time. So if you bring up the what's it called?
Display.
The graph.
Info.
Not display info. The other one. The graph.
Display frame graph.
Frame time. Yeah, frame graph. That's the one. You might, and although to be fair, CIG actually made that less sensitive, so it smooths stuff out a little bit. But if you had something like some sort of monitoring software up, you might notice that the actual frame spikes that you're getting, if that kind of sounds like what you're describing, is that the frame rate might be okay, but there's occasional big spikes where it's just whoa, this feels awful.
The average is fine, but the average is 2 FPS, 60 FPS, 2 FPS, 60 FPS. So it's it feels like you're stuttering even though the frame should be smooth.
Do you Spooner? Do you use Corsair IQ perchance
I do, yeah.
for anything?
Yeah, I do have that. Yeah.
Try turning that off when you get in the game. I encountered an issue like that earlier, and I turned off IQ, and it got rid of it immediately. Star Citizen's EAC doesn't like IQ for some reason.
Yeah.
So it may or may not fix your issue. Everyone's hardware is different, but it helped for me massively.
Okay, sweet.
All right. Next question. I'm going to ask you this, Spooner, and I'm going to step out for 2 seconds. Was this overall a good or bad year for Star Citizen? Be right back.
I think that, regardless of what I say or what any of us say, I think that the money speaks. I think in terms of CIG, they've made probably more money than ever. So is that a good thing for CIG? Probably. And good thing for the project. They can keep going. They can keep going for another year. They can pay the bills and they can keep going, and we can perhaps hold on to some sort of dream of what it's going to be one day. Is it good? It's also felt like a good year. I've played the game more than ever before. But is it good that CIG make money and deliver seemingly less features? I don't know. I don't know if that's a good thing for the project in the long run. They make more money and seemingly get away with less features. Like, I don't know. For me, I would have rather be sat here talking, this is the most money they've ever made, and it's deserving because look at what they've done. And whilst the content is great, I don't think the content makes up for the lack of features. I mean, we're all here. I think most of my community, anyway, are here because they want to play the MMO. When you buy the game package on the website, when you go to CIG's website and buy a starter package for the MMO because you've been watching a streamer or you've been watching a YouTube video of morphologists play the game, people are buying the game package thinking they're getting the MMO, when really I don't know how much of that money that they're making is going straight into Squadron 42. And then you're thinking like, wait, why haven't I got the MMO that I bought, a couple of years? Because at no point in the website purchase does it say you are funding the single player and you'll get the MMO whenever the hell we get to it. Like, it doesn't say that on the website at all. And to me, it's like they're making a lot of money, but they're making a lot of money because people want the MMO. And what they're doing is working on the single player game. So is it good year for CIG? Yes, they've made more money than ever, but I don't know if that sends a wrong message because every one of us want the MMO, or like people who are buying the MMO game package on the website, they're not buying Squadron 42. So I don't know.
10, same question for you. Is this a good or bad year for Star Citizen?
Well, I think, I don't know, does probably sum up my feelings as well. I reckon this might be one of those years where you can only really judge, was it worth the cost of finishing up? Because again, Squadron is in the mix here. We should, yeah, like you said, we should acknowledge that Squadron is, by most people's kind of reckoning, the priority for Chris and probably for the senior leadership of the game. Their priority is to get Squadron out somehow by whatever the phrase, hook or by crook, in 2026, not landing at the same time as GTA. Like that's probably their major goal for next year. And so the sacrifice of this year of basically focusing hugely on Squadron, delivering this content, but not really pushing features, well, it will be worth it. And it will have been, the question was, has it been overall a good, bad year? I'll probably answer that differently depending on whether they do get Squadron out in some form next year. And if it happens and you're like, well, then it was worth a year where they basically didn't seem to do a whole heap in the PU in terms of their push towards 1.0, where it was, they seem to have basically unlocked the ability to just push out tons of new locations and content stuff, whether that's because there's people on Squadron who actually have finished that stuff and then they've been able to move across, who knows exactly. But yeah, it will be worth it, and it will have been a good year if it means next year they can get Squadron out and then crack on towards 1.0. If though they, again, back to what I said before about the money being a good or bad thing, if they look at this year and go, wow, we made so much money doing this, why would we really change what we're doing? Surely we just push out tons of content and we just kind of slowly push towards 1. I think there's a risk that they might say, let's just keep building loads of ships and let's keep doing loads of content stuff. And there's potentially no immediate rush to charge towards 1.0 because they know what they're doing works so well from a funding point of view. So Again, I'm going to echo Spooner and say I don't know.
It feels a little bit tinfoil hat, like for them to sit here and think that they would make a specific decision that doesn't light a fire under them. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that every developer working at CIG wants the game to come out, and they want, you know, the collective community's vision for this project. I think that. I don't think Chris has ever walked into a room and gone, flipping heck, we made how much? Let's carry on, you know, dragging our feet. I don't necessarily feel like that would be a conscious decision made by CIG, but it's difficult to not feel that way.
Yeah, I don't think they're trying, because a lot of people's theory is, why would they ever release this game? Because they're making so much money. They have potential to make way more money if they release this game. Yeah. I'm more thinking in the immediate future, in the immediate next couple of years, there's a chance that the money people who will have a significant say at the top of the company may well just turn around and say, keep on doing what you're doing. That worked really great. Who knows? We will only see in time what they end up doing. But yeah, no, I agree. The idea that the people who say this game is a scam, that they'll never release it, are not thinking through the fact that this isn't the best way for them to make money. To actually have a full good game is the best way for them to make more money. So yeah, no, you're right.
Cepheus, same question for you. Is this a good or bad year for Star Citizen?
I think if you look at every numerical metric, it's a great year, right? That's what CIG said. Play times, money spent, new citizens, every numerical measure for this year, this has been the best year for Star Citizen yet, by a sizable margin at that. Not even a little bit. I think the big what was the methodology for this year good or bad? Was their strategy of, you know, make the game stable and then put in the features? We're not going to know that answer until I think kind of mid next year, because what they've been doing this year, right, with all the content's been great, but I feel like what they've probably been doing in the background is solidifying those foundations of the game, because they could have just kept adding features, but then, you know, you're building a house on a very unstable foundation. You can't forge a sword on an anvil made of plastic. So they have to solidify that foundation and give them something to hammer off of with all the features in the future. Whether or not that's true and that is indeed how it works is not an answer we're going to have until mid to late next year. We got to let Squadron come out, let all those devs come back, see kind of what the effect of that is. And then next year, if we get 3-4 months into 2026, and now we're getting base building, engineering, org tools, all this stuff starts coming out at kind of the same cadence that we've had this year, then we can retrospectively say, you know, 2025 was a fantastic idea. It was a great year. If we get late next year and we're kind of where we are now, where we're getting content patches and not feature patches, then it's like, okay, you know, what went wrong?
What are we doing here?
Right, what are we doing here? Yeah. We all love the features. I think we all love the content. I think the players, you know, we're kind of in this minority of players that really care about seeing these features come in. I have a feeling a suspiciously quiet majority of Star Citizen players are like, ooh, new worm fight. Mm-hmm. And they just kind of, you know, ooh, new spaceship. And then they're not thinking about it much deeper than that. They're just happy playing the game that's there. Us, you know, especially the longer time veteran backers really have this hunger to see the full game. I think a lot of the newer audience is just, ooh, cool space game.
Yeah.
And they're not looking too much into the future of it. And I think CIG is catering a lot to that audience right now. We just have to see if it's working towards something bigger or not.
The only thing I worry about that, though, is, and this is a constant worry, is this has always happened. This has happened recently as well, where people get used to how the game plays now. And like for us who've been here for a long time, we know this isn't the game. This is like a shadow of what they want to do.
Yeah. Yep.
And so what's going to happen when these new players who are used to what's going on now, when we get, you know, engineering and we get like Maelstrom and we get the different flight mechanics, and then we get, you know, like the new types of for bounty hunting, and like all of these new things, when they come in, they're going to change the game in a significant way in how you play the game. How many of those people will be like, well, I didn't back this game. I bought this game, in 2025 for like because all of these things,
all the
So-
people that this stuff comes in and they're like, well, I didn't read that design brief from 2014. How was I supposed to
Exactly.
know?
Yeah. Like
That's a
lot of this-
challenge.
Yeah, and that's always the problem that I've seen. It's not just this Star Citizen; it's a gaming problem in general, where people jump onto a game and either the developers haven't finished making the game or they wanted to change the game to improve it in some way, and that improvement has changed how the game plays. And people who bought it originally for this reason are going, "I bought it for this reason. Why are you doing this? Like, what is going on?" Like Call of Duty is a great example of that, where people have slowly over time felt like the game has shifted away from what they wanted to play for it in the first place, and now it's something completely different.
What the game? Sorry,
I said Battlefield did that too with Battlefield 5. Was that sort of problem? So,
what the game will be and what people think it will be are seldom the same.
oh yeah, almost never.
Yeah.
And the fact that the community is so widespread now in terms of the different influences that people have come into the game from Tarkov players to elite players, as in everybody's come from a completely different direction. They've been following along 14 years, having their own interpretation on what CIG say at various points. CIG's job is almost impossible. And you could, one of the fears would be, well, they'll try and water everything down so that they keep everybody happy, which clearly nobody believes will work, because you have to make some strong decisions at various points. And so like engineering, the fear might be is that it isn't as impactful as some people want it, because CIG know that it will really upset other people. And so they're in a whole world of pain because they sold this game to everybody and it was like the game for everybody. But they can't, what can they do? They've got to just keep going forward and hope that they can navigate somehow through to a working, fun game that the masses want to play.
Yeah.
And people will get upset. And the flight model, I guess, is one good example of that. Some people will really be upset with where they go in the flight model, but CIG might argue that they're doing that for a good reason because they want more people to be able to play it.
Yeah.
It's loads of people are gonna be upset and some people are gonna be happy.
I'll put this from Spooner's perspective, because I know you do a lot of combat and a lot of PvP stuff. Like, how do you think the game is going to change when they get rid of health pools? It's no longer about knocking down health pools and more about targeting like specific systems, especially when like people on multi-crew ships who can just run around and start healing those systems as you're taking them down. How is that going to feel in based off of what you've seen from that sort of thing?
Man, I wasn't prepared for such a deep question this time of the day. What I always verge on the side of caution with CIG, in the sense that I don't think it's like, just if you just ask me, we're just having a quick conversation about it, I don't feel like it's going to be significant enough to be a major problem. Now, if it's at a point where, you know, someone can keep a ship alive mid-fight, you know, with 5 people shooting it, you know, because engineering's completely overtuned. Like, I mean, I think we've always needed to get to a point where the ships don't blow up, and that leads into the next part of the fun gameplay for me, which is, and by the way, I know you said PvP, but like, I love PvE content just as much as PvE, just as much as PvP content. But with PvP,
your chat is telling on you, saying you've only been PvPing for 3 weeks.
Yeah. Don't listen to them; they're all liars. I think for me, we need to get to a point where the ship is in a state where then you move on to the next stage of battle, which is boarding the ship, you know, being able to clear it out through the FPS. And it's like, the PvP stuff always makes me excited for each phase of a PvP encounter. You know, when you see it in a movie, it's not they keep shooting the ship and then they just wait for it to blow up, right? And you get that dopamine hit of an explosion. Yeah. Like, for me, it's all about disabling the ship, boarding the ship, clearing it out, setting a self-destruct or whatever it is, and then getting off before it explodes. That, to me, is a space battle. And currently, you know, everyone just takes like light fighters, just pounds the ships until they blow up. I want to get to a point where the ship is soft death or some sort of situation where maybe you can even bring it back to life, you know, if you work quick enough. Maybe if you can defend against the boarding party, you know, and CIG either do this, they either simplify it so much or they make it too complicated. And for me, I was playing Jump Space and I felt like this is what CIG need to do, just on a bigger level. If it's an Idris, that because in jump space you're like fixing every second as soon as you're starting fight.
Yeah.
You know, you run around the ship, something's on fire, you go here and do this. Now, if you're fighting an Idris, it should be the same thing, and it can be as simple as that. Just make it, you know, you need to take damage for 20 minutes before you need to put out a fire or whatever. You know, it needs to be that simple. And my fear with CIG is that in the past they've always gone very complicated or very, very simple. And I feel like there's a, and that's why we really need to see engineering in tech preview for the large amount of this year, so we could work on it with them and figure that out. And yeah, I don't know. To answer your initial question, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll move on to the last question, which is, what do you believe we will see in Star Citizen for next year? I'll start with 10#42 on this one.
Well, I think they probably just told us it all at CitizenCon, I think, mainly. I think it's going to be all that content rolling out over the next year. Obviously, we get Nyx next up, well, depending on what they do with IAE, but we'll get 4.04, and that will be pretty bare bones version of Nyx. And then they've told us their plan is to build out the system with us over the next year, which they said with like, oh, you guys are going to love this. I think a lot of people would have preferred it if they just dropped it all at once. But yeah, I think that's basically what we'll see. And the question is going to be, do we start to see some of the things that we talked about, the more feature-based stuff? I mean, as I think we mentioned already, at various points, I made a video about this, but Rich said that we're going to get a load of feature stuff very, very soon. And Chris at the end of the whole event said, 2026 or the next year is going to be the best year yet, which they always said, because he talked about, they always say that, but he talked about squadron features coming back over, polished squadron features, and the things like the social tours and blah blah blah. That's just probably a Chris datism, but there's a chance that those things come on top of the content, and if that happens, it will be great. But if, like we've all said, I think already, if it is just a year, again another year of content, then it's not particularly inspiring if you care, like we said, about the 1.0 vision of the game, where this game is actually heading for, and getting there anytime before 20. I mean, we could do our guesses, but the longer there's no real progress towards some of the major features of 1.0, the more that date gets pushed back and back and back. Which I'd like to play this game. I mean, I'm probably, I suppose, I don't know about, for you guys both as org people and streamers playing the game regularly, I have no real interest in playing the game in its current form. I'll dip in, and I do play, and I'll do some of the events and blah, 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 and check it out. But I tip my hat, my invisible hat, to you guys who play the game regularly now, because I just cannot get excited about the game in its current state. It's so, like you said, Paul, it's such a shadow of what it should be, or could be, or will be, maybe. I just long for the day where it does look more like that vision that they really amazingly laid out. I mean, up until last year, we were guessing what they were going to do, but now at least we have an idea with the 1.0 vision. But yeah, so next year I think will be all content, and if we're really lucky, there'll be some either tech preview feature stuff, or hopefully some of that eventually makes it into the game next year. But we will see.
Yeah. Spooner, same question to you. What do you think we're going to see in Star Citizen next year?
Well, I think £10.42 just said it really. They kind of laid out pretty much exactly what we're going to get, you know, with Nyx coming in, minus the planets. I seen some people in chat, you know, being surprised that it's going to be a bare bones release with just Levski and Delamar and the asteroid belt, and maybe...
I'm going to jump in a little bit and say that was always Nyx. Nyx was always supposed to be pretty much empty.
Here we go.
Levski and Delamar,
Let's get into the lore. Come on, this is your chance, Astro. Go for the lore.
I've already done it a little bit, but the basic gist is that, like, the reason why People's Alliance, a bunch of hippies who are anti-government, were allowed to form their own government in their own mini state in Nyx, was because Nyx was basically empty. So there's just nothing there. That was always supposed to be the sort of, like, its big thing is it's a gateway between, you know, Terra and Odin and Castra. It's got a lot of jump points. It's a lot of important places, but it's just sort of just a place you go through. You know, we've all been to those towns and cities where it's a place you go through. Not necessarily, it's got a truck stop and you go there to still go to the truck stop, but you just go through it. That's sort of its theme. Now, Nyx 1's a completely different thing, but, like, that's kind of what it was supposed to be. So when people, when it's always funny when I hear people go like, "Oh, it's bare," it's like, yeah, like it's bare. It's his point, you know. Nyx 1 is an outlier. You know,
would you say though when they dropped down to the 5 systems for 1.0, it was kind of inevitable that they'd have to do this, or are you still saying they should stick with the law that they'd already done?
Sorry, was that you said it, like?
Yeah, once they said, well, we're only going to do 5 systems for 1.0, do you think it was inevitable that they'd have to rework the law in the system?
Good question for Paul. Good question for Paul.
No, almost certainly. For certain. And that's what they do with Pyro, and they're doing it with Nyx. The secret with the lore of Star Citizen is that it is both very detailed and very vague. It's only detailed on the spots that they absolutely know they want to put in the game and are working on. And everything else is vague as shit. It is just absolutely it's one of the brilliant ideas of having this put 900 years in the future is that they can put a lot of details leading up to now. And then the last, you know, but some of those things are going to be a little bit more vague because they want to add more in there later, but they can still kind of generally understand like the connections between the different systems.
Or as an alpha too.
Yeah, it is. And so it's actually kind of exciting, even from my perspective as somebody who does a lot of videos on the lore, is that when they do a change, it's like, they've changed. I get to do a new video. I get to do a big new deep dive into what's going on. So...
Well, I suppose your question to Paul there is really interesting from a point of view is that when we had these initial conversations, it was around 100 solar systems, and you know it's okay to have a system that doesn't have bugger all in it, right? Because it's like whatever.
Go through 100 systems.
Yeah, it's not gonna matter.
Now you can land on every planet, and it's super detailed. So it's like Nyx has to be more detailed.
Plus, I don't think we ever had base building, right? Like in that initial conversation either, and so it's like. It now opens up people to go and live in Nyx, and maybe that's a different experience living in Pyro and a different experience living in Stanton. And so I think if we're only going to get 5 systems, which I think is good, and it was great that they came out and said, look, this is our 1.0 vision and it's going to be 5. I think that really clears up a lot of stuff. You know, the vision for the game evolved for the better, I think, you know, with full planets and, you know, everything that we've gotten since. I think that, again, it's all going to come down, just to answer your question about what I think we're going to see over the next year. My main concern is that we're going to see very little features and continue to go down content, which is great for me. But one of the things that, like, I've really liked the new patch, you know, with the bugs and stuff, because I set myself a challenge of, you know, soloing the worm or whatever. Now, the worst thing about soloing the worm isn't necessarily the content. It's the fact that when I go to med myself, it doesn't work, or I drop the med pen, or I can't switch back to the gun, or I can't reload, and then that's the stuff that gets you killed. And it's like, that for me is the stuff that I expected to be fixed this year. The absolute basics of being able to have a firefight with someone in a contested zone without dying because you can't heal. To me, it's like, if you were to ask me at the beginning of the year, apart from elevators, like, I should be able to reload my gun and not throw it on the floor. I should be able to do these basic things, which then make it okay.
Hang on. Don't. That's an outrageous expectation for a video game.
Well, so I almost feel bad. I almost feel really bad for the guys, you know, like Zach, who are making the weapons or working on the FPS experience. I feel very bad for them in a sense. So Zach was watching the other day, and, you know, I was trying the worm out, and I'm saying to him, you know, why does my gun not reload? Or why do I not swap weapons? And I think that when they play in-house on quieter servers or internal, you know, offline builds or whatever, I bet you all this stuff is incredible. I reckon the worm kicks everyone's ass. I reckon that you're able to swap weapons and lie on the floor without falling over or whatever madness there is. And he basically said it is like, whatever's happening is like server related. And it's like, because I feel like we're all kind of running around blaming certain, you know, why doesn't my gun work? You know, Zach, fix the gun. And it's like, Zach's playing it on his end going, this is fantastic. It works amazingly. And it's all these different teams. And, you know, is server stuff, is that feature work? You know, with Benoit and his team, it's like, it's so difficult. But over the next year, we really can't be dropping our gun when we want to shoot something, or like all of this stuff really needs to be working as we carry on content.
All right. I think we're going to end it up there because we're going to go into the question and answer session. We have a couple questions in chat, but before we go, we're doing game. Someone's asking what Gamers Outreach is. I'll do a quick little spiel again. We did actually get another $25, so we're now at $500 raised for Gamers Outreach. So the idea of Gamers Outreach is it was just American. I think it's now an international group, but the concept is to help kids who are stuck in hospitals to get access to games. So they build these things, these rollable carts that they can pull into a kid's hospital room, and they can just have kids roll right up to their hospital beds, and they can play games so that they can feel normal, so they can feel less stressed, and they can hopefully help that kind of improve, like get better. But it does cost them a lot of money to build these carts. It costs them about $4,000 US. So our goal is to help them build one cart. So right now, but we're doing it in stages. So every time we reach a certain stage, right now our current goal is $1,000. If we reach $1,000, I'll do a giveaway, and if we reach $2,500, I'll do another giveaway, and $4,000 we'll do another giveaway here. But I'll be here for 24 hours. This is going to have a rotating cast and crew. So you get to see me go slowly insane over the course of 24 hours while we talk about the same topics. Okay, I'm just gonna get rid of this guy's just been spamming this chat forever. So, but
Give your money.
Is the link not working, Paul? The charity link on Streamer
It should work. Hold on.
I tried it a couple of times.
I just did it. I think it worked.
Yeah, it works, and I'll put it in chat again here so you can see that. Hopefully that goes through for your chat.
Yeah, I see it now.
Okay. But yeah, make sure you to help us out there. We're gonna take a few minutes to review these restroom, grab something to drink, and then we'll be back to answer your questions. So don't go anywhere. As always, make sure to check out Citizen Spooner, twitch.tv/Citizen Spooner. Make sure to check out 10#42 on Twitch and YouTube. Do you do YouTube as well, Spooner?
Yeah. I mean, I upload videos and
you
stuff.
stream them to YouTube,
yeah.
do
Yeah.
So it's the same thing, right? Citizen Spooner on Twitch and YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Check out Cepheus 7. Is that it?
Yeah, on
Cepheus.
YouTube, but it's just Northern Star SC on YouTube.
Northern Star
Look
SC
us up
on
there.
YouTube.
You'll find our Discord.
Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. We'll be right back. All right, we're muted for now. So you
Hey guys, so we're just having a quick break so the guys could go for the toilet break. I will be back in 1 second, going for a quick pee myself. Hopefully you're enjoying the conversation here. And yeah, please check out the link for the charity there. Thank you guys. I'll be back in 1 second. Paul needs some AFK music. How's everyone doing today? Sorry, I haven't been able to speak yet. It was kind of an early start.
Do. Double check. Holy balls. Okay, that's a lot more.
Holy balls.
I think you got some
the
whilst you
link.
were away.
Yes, just a few.
Good.
Welcome back to the question and answer session with Citizen Spooner, Cepheus, and 10 Pound 42 for our second session of the 24-hour Captain's Table to help raise money for Gamers Outreach. When I left, we had $500. Now I come back and I find out that 10 Pound 42 donated $25. Big Brick donated $10. Frost donated $10. Macton donated $25. Anonymous donated $10. Tim S donated $20. And War Queen donated $25. So now it's $625. So thank you so much for that help, y'all. All right. So we are going to go through the questions. I'm going to do my best to go through the questions and see who had what. I'm going to use the YouTube because it's a little bit slower typically. See if there's any questions there. Yes, there is. Fishbait asks, given that engineering will make us target systems, do you think CIG will start releasing schematic blueprints of all the ships?
I don't think CIG is going to release it, but I think the players definitely will.
Oh, we will.
Yeah. That's going to be one of
those.
those things that CIG's just like, here, you do it. You're going to do it better than we would anyway. Thrusters and Dust is already well on their way for that. I mean, I got a service manual for a few ships sitting right down there.
Yeah, Thrusters and Dust. They're basically doing the oh gosh, what was that guide? Those guides you can do for you can get for cars. They're like have like the full like manuals.
Yeah.
I gotta pull out the thing.
Here it comes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. Like
And it's-
in the we have those like guides that you can like buy. Haynes guides. Thank you. That has like the whole details. Yeah. Chilton's and Haynes. Yeah. Thrusters and Dust is one of those kind of.
He makes good
sources and
stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think that's a player thing. I think CIG will attempt to do it, but they're probably too busy doing other things. That's definitely one of the things that the community will do. Because if they don't, we will do it very quick. Someone will come up with it.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff on their original kind of the goals. What's the word?
The stretch goals.
There's a load of stuff in the stretch goals that they probably should do before they do that, if they are going to go back and start doing things. So, yeah, I don't think they'll add that to their list of things to do.
All right. Let's see. We've got a couple more questions. Feel free to, if you're going to ask a question, put question beforehand. Normally, my my bot would handle it, but my bot is not working because, of course, it breaks on the time I need it the most. So I'm going back to look through some of the old discussions. I think I did capture one when I put it back, turned it back on, which was Viking 20, who asked, how much time and effort do you think CIG should put into new social systems coming this year? Yes.
A lot.
Yeah,
more.
yes.
All of it.
More.
Honestly, it should be a priority. It should have been a priority this year. It should be a priority next year. Like I know they already put time and effort and development time into like engineering and scanning and Vulkan because those are like the things that they want to release. But once those three things are out, I know crafting is important, but I'm of the opinion that I think social tools are more important than crafting. It's just like fundamental stuff. Like we need it, especially
it's an MMO.
Yeah, well, and the game's grown. You know, it's now it's not a game with 100 people in one server. It's 600 to 700 people in a shard, and more people are playing together. You need tools. Like it's such a pain in the ass. I run my own org, and luckily I have some officers, some people I trust who've helped run the whole thing, and they're great with it. But like I talk with them about any sort of things they're helping me set up, or they set up for me, and it's like bashing your head against the wall. It's so hard to try to get all these things aligned up. It'd be so nice to have CIG to have a modicum of support for it. Just a little bit of support,
I think that, like I said, I sort of expected from what they shared at CitizenCon, I was expecting like maybe a September little stealth update. And there was, do you guys remember there was that update they did where it brought a little bit of spectrum functionality within the game. Like now you can make groups within in the game, which
Within
you
Spectrum?
you can do it within game as well. You can like make a group and it will persist until the end of the patch. For those of you guys who didn't know you could do that, so you can kind of make like a little org chat group in game, and that will stay there until the next patch, and then you have to remake it. But like, you can't even mute someone who's being racist in global chat. Like, you can't.
Yeah.
For me, it's like, if I was at CIG, I'd be like, this is a priority. We can't even mute or report people in chat, which is a basic thing that every game has had since forever.
I'm surprised they haven't gotten lawsuits over it, because it's like a law that they have to be able to regulate their own chats, their own social interest features, which they do on Spectrum, but not on the game.
So at the bare minimum, how many of you guys play the game and you just immediately press F12, which obviously as well, 2 minutes later, it just pops back up again and you press F. You spend the whole stream pressing F12 to get rid of the chat because it's so toxic at times. And it's like, if I was CIG, I'd be like, this is a priority. Whatever we need to do to sort that out, that needs to be a priority. And to me, it's crazy that this year we just didn't get that in the year of playability or whatever. That's a big one for me. So
yeah. All right, so I'm going through some of this because a lot of the questions are newer, because now I just said questions and everyone's like, I've got a question, so I should be able to pull this out now. Finally a stream where Spooner isn't dying to the Yormandi 24/7.
Ignore him. Ignore him.
He said your momdy, by the way.
Yeah.
Yormandi. What was it? The you said it last Captain's Table, Cepheus. The Hawk Tua, the Worm Tua, or whatever.
I don't think that was me.
Someone had a really weird name for it.
That is hilarious, and I don't think that's a thing I would say, but that's very funny. I like it anyway. Thank you for giving me credit for something I didn't do.
Well, someone in on Captain's Table mentioned that like they had heard that was the nickname that someone was giving it, was the Worm Tua or something like that. So
I like it. I vibe with it.
Yeah. So yeah, it's I love all the different names for the space snake. The space snake with the spicy breath. All right. Next question comes from Where is Wardo, who asks, how do all of you feel about the current rate of respawn for mobs? It feels a bit too fast for me.
I think it's broken, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's one of those things that's broken. Yeah. Oh, it is a bit too high, but it's one of those things that is so easily broken and bugged that I don't really think too much about it. I just deal with it.
Yeah, this could send us down a rabbit hole. We'll talk about instancing, but this will be one of the reasons why they want to bring in instancing, so that they can control that stuff a bit more. But yes, I think with the new mission that's in now, it's broken, I think, is the problem, rather than it being deliberately you kill them and then they're back again and you've been shot from behind where you think you should have cleared an area. I think it's a bug more than a problem, than an intention.
I also think that it's a band-aid, because a lot of the reasons why they have such a high amount of enemies is because they don't have variety yet. Like, they need the NPC AI needs to have more variety, so you're like, you can face down somebody with a shotgun versus somebody with a rocket launcher versus somebody with an assault rifle versus someone with a machine gun versus someone with, like, they have a little bit of that now, and they kind of visually show that with, like, the guys with the backpacks have the big light machine guns, so you can kind of tell, like, oh, that guy's got a light machine gun. But there needs to be a little bit more variety in both visual and dynamic in terms of fighting off NPCs, so that, you know, you get an NPC in a NICTY, you know, so that you're getting shot at or from in a vehicle, that you have to deal with the vehicle now. So, and I know it's something they've been working on behind the scenes. They tried to add a little bit of that with the last tech preview they did with the, gosh, what was it? With the Vulcan, and it was Vulcan and AI test. But yeah. All right. Next question comes from Carlos R, who asks, how will CIG stage the availability of blueprints? Blueprints from guilds, as shown in 1.0 presentation, will not be released until guilds are in. guilds are already in the game.
I just have to consult my crystal ball real quick.
Yeah. But guilds are already in the game. The mercenary guild's in the game. The hauling guild's in the game. It's just we can't. I think the bounty hunter guilds too, but I don't think we fully have full reputation built with them. So, but I couldn't tell you how they're going to do it right now. They have a bare bones basic blueprint system, which they only just had a prototype for in August. So I don't know how quickly CIG can go from prototype to full production, but I'm sure it's more than a couple of months. So
yeah. I mean, the thing is, you have to remember with what they did communicate at CitizenCon with all the crafting stuff and the blueprint stuff is that they have scaled down their original scope of what they're going to release as a. Ultimately, it will be a tier 0 version of crafting, so it will just be FPS weapons and armor. And so, is it impossible that they quite quickly get that version into game? No, maybe they start. I mean, interestingly, a blueprint is the sort of thing that could be in these rewards that they're doing for these missions that are running right now. There's lots of different ways they could do it, but yeah, you're right. How quickly can they go from what was basically a very developer art demo that we saw at CitizenCon that had only been working for a couple of months to something in game? Because remember, when they said they're going to get crafting in the tech preview at the end of the game, they talked about having a lot of using that for a lot of feedback. My suspicion will be that it will go into tech preview, they'll get that feedback, and then a bit like engineering, which has, remember, being tested in Arena Commander previously, I think crafting could well come into tech preview, have some feedback, and then go away for quite a while whilst they work on that feedback, and then come back. So I don't think you should get your hopes up that it's going to come really quickly after it's in the tech preview, if that makes sense.
Do we not think that they're sort of using Wicklow as like a base for all the guild stuff? Because now they've got mission pickup on location, right? So in order to get a Wicklow blueprint, so to speak, which is what it is, right? You go there and it's like, hey, you need to give me a Yomandi eye, you need to give me a tongue. And so you go to his location, you pick it up, and then you turn it in. And I feel like that could very easily be like now Gray, right? So you go to Gray and he's like, you know, I've got missions here for you. Take some of these missions. Once you've got the appropriate rep, you can then buy the Shiv blueprint from me or whatever, and then go and craft that. And then the same for like all the other guilds. You know, you go to a cargo place and, you know, it's a guy there who specializes in cargo missions. And I feel like Wicklow could very well be the base of like all of the guild stuff moving forward.
I 100% believe that. Yeah, he is very much a test on how do you get physical items for doing missions. And, you know, him being the guy you go to for location-based mission proxy is also an interesting concept. So yeah, it feels very much like Wicklow is their testing grounds for a lot of these things. I think it's just a matter of like the thing about blueprints is you need crafting for blueprints because there's no point in having blueprints until you can craft stuff. And well, I know that they're working on that, and they showed off some of those things, which I like personally. I love the portable crafting machine. That sounds great. But I'm also a very big survival game player, so that sounds like yes, I have a workbench that I can move. You know, that's perfect. But we'll see. All right, let's go to the next question that I saw. This is from Iris Dreadtide, who asks, the content this year has been reused and repurposed and has been incredibly low effort. They haven't done anything with their tech previews so far. The stability gains haven't been more than would expect from iterative work. What would be 10 months of minimal effort? Where is their effort going? Keep in mind they should be making progress in multiple areas. They're a 1,000-person company. I mean, the answer that everyone else is going to give is not going to be the answer that I'm going to give, but everyone else can say 42, Squadron 42. I think the answer is that CIG had 318 and 4.0, and they got shell-shocked. They saw, after 318, they saw what happened when the performance dipped too far, when they were pushing for new features, and they're like, last year, like 2024, was worse in funding than 2025 was. And so they're like, listen, we need to still make the game, but we can't make the same mistakes we made in 2024 or 2024 in 2025. So we need to focus less on whatever we were doing in terms of features and more on making the game playable. And I think it's important to remember that a lot of people had the opinion in 2024 of like, just stop making the game and start stabilizing the game. I can't play the game. Make it
So
I can
many
play the
people
game.
said that.
Yes.
And now that they're doing it, people are like, but my features.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
so funny. It's so funny.
But that was a huge thing in the community where everyone was just like, CIG is focusing too much on X, Y, or Z and not stabilizing the game. I can't even get into the game or whatever, which to a degree was true, but that's a completely different conversation. But the reality was, is like, they saw that and said, okay, let's do that. When they had server meshing in. And I think that really the resources have been going into server meshing and all of their normal stuff they've been doing, but those teams are being cannibalized every time someone goes, help, I need help. So like, they rebuilt the transit system to the transport system. They've redone the entirety of the mission system to mission system 2.0. And they've been making ships. Well, the ship seems zone, but that also involves animation, involves lighting, involves testing, plus all these new features. Well, yeah, they are cannibalized from other places. They still have to test them in game and make sure they work.
I can.
The Ormandi and the Ormandi and the Valakar are not cannibalized. They're brand new, and so that required new content as well. So yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Paul. So I think I would like to inject some hopium and copium into this conversation a little bit.
Let's do it.
So I think, I don't remember which patch it was, guys, but there was a time where I thought Squadron 42 was wrapping up, and I think CIG were thinking, hey, we can start moving people over to the PU. I can't remember which patch it was, but do you remember it was the patch that we got like the new EVA stuff, and it was like, there was this one patch where CIG was sort of going, hey, you know, we're kind of in a position where we can move developers over. And I think they moved a large amount of developers over. And like in the next patch, we got so many little features and so many little updates. And it was like, hell yeah, this is the time. We're going to see all this patience pay off. All the devs are coming over. We're going to start getting features into SC. And then I don't know at what point they then went, oh, actually, shit, we made a mistake. We need to bring people back to Squadron. And then it kind of dried up again, right? But there was that patch where I think we seen the results of bringing more devs over into the PU. And then for whatever reason, they were taken back over to the Squadron. And I could be talking nonsense, but I feel like that's what was communicated at the time. And then
it was more, I think, it was after CitizenCon 2023, they showed us tons of the Squadron features that were working, and then they brought them into the game the following year. I don't know if anybody actually ever moved off Squadron. It's more that we got the work that they were doing for Squadron, if that makes any sense. I don't think it was that those devs moves over to SC. I think they just finished a load of stuff for Squadron, and then they were like, well, you can put this in the PU now. And I think potentially that will be what happens when Chris talks about more polished features coming over from Squadron next year. I think it might be a similar situation where they've done their work on the radar and scanning that they kind of showed us. I think that sort of stuff might happen again. So I don't think they necessarily actually moved anybody over. They talked about that in the past. They have talked about, we're going to do this and they're going to move everybody over. That never really happened. Rich Tara said that at one point, but that we never really saw the benefit back in the day. But yeah, it's that they have said a lot of things over the years, and that one was a. You might be right. They may have said they're going to move people over, but I don't think anybody actually.
But you honestly, you might actually be right. But it makes me think that the day they finish on Squadron is the day we see massive amounts of progress on the MMO. Which again, it could just be some copium, but I do feel like maybe what you just said is that radar and ping come in, and all this other stuff that they've been working on for Squadron comes in, and we get like a god patch that kind of, you know, maybe they bring in a locations from the single player game, and
I think that's highly likely. I think the location stuff would easily come across. I think that potentially is what we've been seeing. The only thing I would say just that you have to remember that Squadron as a single player AAA experience requires a completely different dev team to the PU, which is a massively multiplayer online, whatever we're calling it these days. And so I have a fear that we might see massive reports of a restructure in the company unless they then make Squadron 43. I suppose is the other thing. But the team that are currently working on like locations and things, well, they can't necessarily. The massive amount of artists that must be working or have been working on Squadron won't necessarily do any of the feature stuff. I think that's the thing they've always talked about. So they might let a load of people go because they don't need them anymore. I hope that with the extra money they've made this year, they invest in their teams, in developers and engineers, the guys that are actually going to do features. I hope that the fact that the content has been so successful this year doesn't mean that they go, well, let's just hire more artists and more environment artists and that sort of stuff. I hope they say, well, now we've got a bit of extra cash. They're going to get like $40 million extra or whatever this year.
Yeah.
I hope they say, well, let's pile that into actually fixing up the game by having more engineers, etc. But anyway, go on, Paul. You were going to say something.
I was going to say, like, the answer is that we do have some people moved over. If you all remember Bone from 2023 CitizenCon, Bone. Him and his team who worked on a lot of the map systems and the UI, they were working on Squadron, and then they moved over to Star Citizen because they no longer were needed. And there's some of the feature teams who worked on Squadron have moved over. I think you mentioned one guy earlier who was in your chat, the guy, the FPS guy, Zach. Yeah, Zach was Squadron. He worked on Squadron before Star Citizen, and he got moved over 2 years ago to start working on Star Citizen. That's why you start seeing him all of a sudden. It's not like he just showed up in Star Citizen 2 years ago. He's been working in Squadron for a couple years before that. And a lot of the tech that's in Squadron is just Star Citizen. It's the same game. They work on the same things. But to your point, 10 pound 42, anything that is made in Star Citizen or anything made in Squadron is made for a single player game. They then have to take it into Star Citizen and make it work for the multiplayer experience in order for it to function. So, as you were pointing out, Spooner, like, I'm sure in Squadron, you're not dropping your gun every time you switch guns because it's a single player experience. And so on their internal builds, they're looking at it with like their own stuff and like, it works fine. But then you hit it with all of the other systems and the live servers, and you suddenly get like the bugs galore, which is one of the reasons why, almost certainly why they're pushing instancing, is because it allows them the control, so they can control how many people are in there, so they can build out missions and other things for that number. It also allows them more control over performance, because 12 people in a small room or in their own server is a completely different experience from 700 people and you're in a server with 16 other people and all that kind of stuff. So is instancing going to fix dropping your gun? No, instancing is not going to fix dropping your gun. It will just make it less frequent, is the answer. You'll still drop your gun as you go between the outer world and into your instance. In fact, your whole body will turn inside out, and then all of your stuff will be dispersed across the entirety of the known universe. And then when you enter the new instance, it'll come all the way back in, and then you'll lose all of your crews. That's how that bug's going to work. Because that's Star Citizen, baby.
Can I sneak a question in, Paul? Can I sneak a question in? Can I spoon it? Because you've obviously started as a streamer, you said January this year, or like went for it this year. And so you've had this year of playability from a completely different standpoint. How do you think, I don't know what the exact question is here, I'm just making up as I go, but how do you think this would have been different had you not streamed, like gone into content creation? As if you played this as a guy doing all the things you normally would, what's been the difference for you from a content creator point of view as a player of the game versus what it would have been like if you'd just been off stream playing how you normally would have done?
This probably wouldn't be a popular answer, really, is that I play every single day, right? If I played as a player, I would play once every 3 months, or when the new patch came out, and I would play for a week to try and do it. I had when you've got a job, you have a very finite amount of time, right? And if you've got a family, which a large majority of the SC community are married, retired, a bit older, you can't come home and put 8 hours into an event. Like, I can obviously do it on screen, and also if I fall through the planet and waste 20 minutes getting back, it doesn't matter to me too much, because now I can talk to chat and redo what I just did. So for me as a content creator, and I always try, and because I see there's a lot of streamer hate, or there's a lot of content creator hate, I have a very fresh, coming into this year as a content creator, I still approach everything as a regular backer with a job. do you remember when we did the fight for Stanton or whatever? I had a job.
Yeah.
I had a job when that came out, right? So I'd come home and the freight elevators weren't working. So I'd go, right, see you tomorrow game. I'll come back tomorrow. And then like, because people get angry. Like, guys, you know, like people come in my chat and go, oh, this bloody game, it's a load of shit. I'm not playing it anymore. And it's like, do you know what I just tell them? I just tell them, hey, just take a break. Come back with the next patch. There you go. Go and play something else. The main reason they don't want to play anything else and the main reason they're so angry is because, like it or not, this is the only place to get the experience that you get with Star Citizen. When you get in your ship for the first time and you take off and you fly to a space station, you don't get that experience playing Battlefield 6. You don't get that experience. So they're angry because they don't want to play other games. And this game is a piece of poop sometimes. And if I was a regular person, I would just go to playing it once a week, you know, once a month for the new patch and then try and get the new thing done. That's how I would play this game. So,
there was a video from a guy named Percival, who is a smaller YouTuber. He did a video that went across my feed, which was give me 8 minutes to change your mind about Star Citizen. And he's not a Star Citizen content creator. He is a creator who does content for many other games. But he started off with the video as saying, this year I have challenged myself to play different games and try to do different things. And so I bought Star Citizen because all I heard about Star Citizen is that it's a broken, buggy mess and it's a scam and no one should play it. And he got in, immediately had some bugs, and was about to quit when he heard people talking in VoIP. And so he walked up and said, hey, I need some help. And they're like, come with me, child. Let's just show you the verse. And he like talked about how he got into this. He was talking with them, and then they showed him the hammerhead, and they got into the hammerhead, and they flew out in the hammerhead, and they went and did a combat mission with the hammerhead. Then other players showed up. I think it was Hathor. And they were fighting over Hathor with this hammerhead, and he's just like, I get it now. I understand this. This game is a buggy, broken, hard to play, really hard to like love game, but when it hits, it gives you that feeling of like that, like dopamine hit. He said it was like, it's not a dopamine hit, it's a it's like the old feeling of old games gave you, where it's just like, here's your world, go explore it. There's no dopamine, go do this to have little pop-ups, that kind of stuff. It's just explore. And if you can get over the awful bugs and problems it has, you will never experience anything like it. So
the highest highs and the lowest lows.
Yes. I have just one quick addition. Sorry guys, if you're about to say so. I have one quick addition. November last year, I can't remember exact dates, Avenger 1 put out a video that really wound me up. And this is when I was driving back from my day job, right? I was like driving back, stuck in traffic, listening to an A1 video on YouTube. And he's like, you know, if you're struggling with the game or whatever, just find friends. Just get friends. And I was like, I'm so angry at this. I'm driving home after working all day. I'm so tired. I've got no friends. I just want to play my favorite space game. And I remember coming home and I started making a YouTube video. And I did make a YouTube video in response. It was like it was a message to the PvE players and the PvP players. And it was like that video did, it was like 3,000 views or something like that, right? But it was the thing that invigorated me. And it was basically just like my response to the PvE VP drama that was happening. And I was like, I'm so angry that this is the response. Just get friends and then you'll enjoy the game. Damn, he's right. And I'll tell you why he's right. I'll tell you why he's right, guys. Get an org, get some friends. And it's it's such an annoying thing because I like playing games by myself. I like going and doing solo content by myself. And I've been playing the last couple of days by myself. But when you get this game and you get your kit and you go to your hangar and you trip over a box and you die and you're like, what the heck just happened? I just died walking into my hangar or whatever. You've got a friend there that can go, don't worry about it. Get up. Let's go. And the mission can continue. And that basically is an 8-hour session in this game will be you and a friend picking each other up, dodging bugs like Neo in the Matrix, and you will get through an 8-hour session and have a great time. That if you were alone...
I can't tell you how many times I've gotten stuck in a wall or fell down a pit and was unable to get out. And because I had somebody else, I was like, hey, like, all right, let's figure this out. Let's game this out. And it's like, all right, I'm gonna knock you out when you pop through the wall just a little bit, and then my other friend is gonna grab you with the tractor and pull you out of the wall. And it's like the bug that would have ended your session if you were a single player is now 2 minutes and you're out and you're back to playing.
Well,
and,
and then what you do is then, you know, all that stuff you just said, Paul, next time you play the game, you actually become a bit of a bug dodger. You actually become a master of Star Citizens. I can play 8 hours on my own now, and I'm like dodging. I see them ahead of time. It's like slow motion. I can see all the stuff that's happening in front of me, and I can dodge them better on my own. Yeah, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I completely agree with, and I personally completely fine playing the game with friends. It changes it from being almost unplayable to being quite fun. But a lot of the community are here because along the road from 2012 or whatever, they have said you can do a lot of this stuff on your own, and they've got, again, CRG have got themselves in a bit of a hole where, yes, completely, the experience in game is so much better if you're with a group of friends. It doesn't even have to be loads, even just one other person. But a load of people have no desire to ever interact with anybody, and they still want the game to work for them and the content to work for them, which I suppose is partly why the instancing stuff is coming. But CRG are in a tough spot where they have to do something to make this game work for solo players, because they said they would. They said you could. They said you could solo some of these big ships, and I suppose the engineering stuff might be a moment of, you might expect a load of Reddit and Spectrum posts to be like, why can't I solo my big ship anymore? Like, they've got themselves in a really tricky situation.
The best thing any player can do for their Star Citizen experience is to find an org, find a player group, and find the right player group for you. They're all so individual and so different that you need to find one that fits your personal vibe. A lot of people end up joining player groups, and then that group isn't what they want. It doesn't match with their style, and so they end up unsatisfied with Star Citizen or with the group, and for some reason people don't leave, and they just kind of think, oh well, this just sucks. But finding the right player group is so critically important. It elevates Star Citizen. So many people are so frustrated, and it's just because they're trying to go through this alone. They're sailing the high seas on their own when you need a good crew to get you through it. And that's my spiel. I'm not even advertising myself. Don't even just join me. Join anybody.
You should.
Join an org. Join any org, but find one. Shop around. Join a bunch. Find your favorite, the people that make you smile every day, the people you can jump in and crew an Idris or Hammerhead or anything and go do shit. Just hop in and do. You have no clue what your gameplay session's going to be. You just jump in. Hey guys, want to do something? And then you're having fun for 8 hours straight, and you don't even realize you forgot to eat. And it's good.
But
find a group.
What you just said though was the thing that initially annoyed me about Avenger 1's. Just find friends. Have you been a 40-year-old bloke who works full-time, making friends with other 40-year-old blokes who work full-time and have kids, and we're gonna try Tuesday evening at 8 o'clock, and it's like, oh well, I'm stuck in traffic or I can't. Like, it's such like, normal people don't have 8 hours to play the game, and realistically, this game is fun solo. I love playing this game solo, but the minute you hit that thing where you crash to desktop on your own, and then you spawn back in a bed instead of on your ship, and if you've got one friend on your ship, the game session is saved because he didn't crash, but you did crash, and it changes your whole evening. And it's annoying that the answer is try and pick up a buddy or two, but that unfortunately that is the way.
And in defense of this, and move on to this because we've got a couple more questions, but is that there are plenty of orgs that have people playing all the time every day. So they're like, I know I've seen them where like you can just hop on at any time and be like, there's somebody here, and hang out and play with them, even if it's just like a pickup 2-3 hours while you're off work and stuff like that. So, so there is possible, but CIG does have to actually make the single player experience more reliable than it is now, and that's the process that they're doing. Hopefully it gets better, but until then, it's a matter of like, CIG needs to add features. They need to actually add Vulcan and optimize the game better, because they haven't done that yet. So I've got a question, a couple more questions. These are the older questions that I'm trying to get before the chat deletes them. Risto Squared asked, recently CIG said that the Nautilus doesn't fit their current vision of the game. Do you think they will fully scrap the mine layer role of the ship? What kind of ship should I expect now? I don't remember them saying that.
I don't remember them saying that. I mean, they might have, but
And they
again,
have.
they're gonna have to do something with it, right? I have a feeling they're gonna do like the floating turrets thing.
Yes.
You just
It's
drop
gonna
a
be-
floating little turret everywhere.
It'll end up. I think if they can't do the mines, they'll end up doing the engineer role in TF2, like the
Setting up little turrets, yeah.
setting up little turrets for error of denial or like
Yeah.
kind of like low damage but high spread, like lots
Yeah.
of fast firing. So like
The real answer probably is just that they'll leave it as long as they can to make, and so they just wait.
It's just gonna be
They'll
a
just
long
leave
time.
it.
Yeah.
There's a load of ships that are going to take still from here years and years and years, and that might be one of the last ones that
that's
they,
not
they
that's
try
not
to
coming
work out.
into the game anytime soon. It's coming in post 1.0.
no.
So
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
and the other thing is that the game may change, but then it may be changed to a degree where they're like, oh no, now the Nautilus makes sense again, you know. So it will only make sense until it does. So all right, we've got next question is from Brocken Record, who asks, is the A1 Spirit a good ship?
No. Just tell him no. It winds him up.
I have a lot of people that say questions like that in my org, and it's like, well, there is no good or bad ship. It's all dependent on what you want. Are you trying to bomb outposts? It's a good ship.
Oh, I don't know. I disagree with that. There's some bad ships.
I do too, but we're not going to get on my hate of the Redeemer. All right.
But it's all about what you want, right? If you're trying to run cargo, an A1 is not a very good ship for that. If you're trying to bomb things and people, it's it's pretty good. I wouldn't recommend pledging one, but buy it in game.
Apparently, with the thing with the Nautilus was John Krug comment in a Spectrum post, which I haven't seen. But yeah, no, the A1 Spirit. The question you have to ask is, do you love the smell of napalm in the morning? If the answer is yes, then it is a good ship. Next question from Vulcan's Labyrinth. Benoit talked about how the new Star Citizen base tech platform during his interview. Do you believe this new platform is coming with Nix and 4.4? I have no idea what that is.
I don't know what he's talking about.
I can guess at what he said. I think what he means is that will they have... So this year they built every patch on basically their code base for 4.0.
Yeah, it wasn't even that. It was
so
like
they have-
3.2.4's patch, was when they added that code base, Yeah.
And so I think Benoit was talking about... I think what he was referring to is Benoit talking about the idea that they would... Before... I think... I could be wrong about this, but I think before they do engineering, they wanted to get all the Vulcan stuff in and the engine updates in, and that would be their new base line, their new dev branch would have all that tech in, and then after that they build all the content on top of it. I would say unless suddenly the Vulcan tests went a lot better than I remember them going.
Yeah.
There's no way that is all coming in 4.4. And I think 4.4 will be again a pure content patch built on the same branch that everything else this whole year has been built on, and so there'll be no new features, there'll be no engine upgrades unless I'd be absolutely shocked if suddenly all the Vulcan changes were merged back into the main SE dev branch. So I would expect it just to be content, no engine updates.
Oh, so also Grim saying, yeah, John Crew Nautilus stuff was from the China Bar Citizen off the record chatter, and then JC clarified that stuff was taken out of context. Okay. China, anytime you're looking about Chinese Bar Citizen, you got to remember that it's a translation of a translation of a translation. John Crew is saying it to somebody who is translating it into Chinese for that person. That person is then relaying it to another person in Chinese, which then gets translated back to English. So then you have to at that point, we call it telephone in the United States, but it's literally the same the same story in the UK. It's like quite literally called Chinese Whispers. In that sense, it's like literally you're translating back and forth. So, let's move on. But yeah, I agree with you there, 10 There's no evidence that they're really rolling out new tech this year. So I'm hoping that they stop being so scared of making the game buggy, and because it's already problematic. But it's like okay, you're gonna make the game more problematic than you already have been this entire year, because that's been their concern with adding new tech. So
Well, I guess, like you said earlier, it is an attempt to avoid 318s, isn't it? In some ways, to have a whole year where they've, in theory, the engine stuff is stayed basically the same. Has in theory meant that it's been more stable, which in practice has been true based on what they're saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, for everybody who's like, oh, the game's getting more and more stable, you've got to remember what happens when they chuck a load more feature work in and a load more engine stuff in.
Yeah.
It's going to go back to where it was previously, and then it's almost going to have a cycle where it gets better and better and better, and then drops it down again and then goes back again. That's how it's going to go.
I do have a feeling that it's not. I don't think we're going to return to like the 3 point whatever days of stability. I hope that my theory about the whole anvil philosophy, where this year has been building a foundation with which to add features, that means when they get back to adding big features, like we'll see a drop in stability for sure. But I don't think it's going to be as bad as it once was. At least I hope. No one knows for sure, but I hope.
I would agree. I would hope. The only thing I have started to think is that this game is so big in scope and just everything about it is like, in theory, that's not true, but a lot of the things are cutting edge or they're pushing stuff. And the game has grown in scope so massively that for them, they seem to be unable to QA their own game at this point. They can't do it with their internal teams. So they are reliant on the live testing of the game because the PTU doesn't get enough players on it. So they are still, like it's happened with 4.3.2, they are still happy to push out a patch that has got major issues that they've not necessarily picked up on, because I just don't think their internal QA structure works, because maybe the game's too big. Maybe they'll never be able to internally QA it properly because the game's too big.
Yeah, 700 people is like, what, most of the company? You're not going to get like the most of the company to hop on a server to test some issues.
Rich said it himself, the patch goes, right? Like he said it in Sitcon, the patch goes.
Yeah.
So they've got a date in mind for the live push. What I would say about PTU is I have a lot of keen testers in my little community here, but it's impossible to test all of the things every PTU. You know, the CZs break and then patrols break, and you need to grind out rep every PTU to get to the point of where you can test the oldest stuff. You can't go and regrind Wicklow again each patch. Like they need to move to a system where maybe everything's unlocked in PTU and you can go and choose what to test. Because you can't, even with all of the testers on PTU, you just can't test everything. So,
yeah, it's a huge job to test a game which the scope and fidelity and immersion is so massive. It's a big job.
All right, we've got a couple more questions here. Ruffers asks, what are your thoughts about the weapon theft in CZs, and CIG stating it was an intended first step towards T1? I'm not buying it. I think they just said it because they don't want to fix T0 and go into T1. But the statement itself is a huge problem, not the theft itself. What are your guys' thoughts?
I've got a lot. I've actually got a piece to say about it. I've got an org member that has taken he made a Reddit post that got a particular amount of traction about that very thing. And he's been causing a bit of controversy within my ranks by making a point to go into CZs and steal everybody's weapon as much as possible. And then when people complain about it, he's like, oh, well, CIG said it's intended gameplay. And I don't really agree with doing it like that. But to me, I don't necessarily have a problem with like, oh, if you can get up and backsmack somebody, they drop their weapon and you can take it. The problem that I have with that is, intended or not, you can backsmack me, take my gun, I get back up, kill you, and then I cannot take my gun back.
Yeah.
That is the problem with this feature, intended or not. It's what made me think that it was a bug until CIG confirmed it for some reason. So my conclusion is that it's stupid, whether it's a bug or an intended feature, and I hope that they change it at least until we get T1 item recovery with crafting or whatever.
The thing is that it's clear that the thing about this is that this isn't new.
Yeah, no, it's not new.
Backsmacking to lose your weapon has been around since T0 was implemented. It's always been there. It's not like
people just now found out about it.
Yeah,
they realized it. Yeah,
but they're not going to change it because, like, quite literally, in the last couple monthly reports, they mentioned they're on their way moving towards T1 item recovery. Because I remember seeing that and I was like, no, you're not. What are you talking about? There's no way you're getting T1 item recovery before the end of the year. So I mean, they're not. But the fact that they're showing off crafting and saying, "Yeah, we're going to do crafting tech test before the end of the year," means that, yeah, they probably are within the next 6 to 9 months of getting it done.
Yeah.
So they're not going to change it because it's like it's not worth it. But if they said that to you, people would lose their fucking mind because they're like, but it's ruining my experience now, which is the whole reason why we have this year of stability in the first place, is because they wanted to not piss off people. So they'll just they'll say whatever they can to be most diplomatic way of telling you to shut up and we don't care. But not in a way that's like we don't care. It's more in a way of that this isn't as much of an issue as people think. And that's is it shitty? Yeah. But welcome to the world of corporations. Star Citizen CIG is a corporation and it will do corporate things. They're not your friend. And the more you realize that, the more happy you will be in terms of like how you interact with them on these things. So
it's a dumb mechanic, but
yeah.
Well, would you say that the ability to steal a person's weapon is a dumb mechanic, or just the fact that it in its current state is a dumb mechanic?
I wish it would work both ways. Like either let people steal your gun always, no matter what, or let it so that takedowns don't make you lose it. It's got to be a case of it can't be one or the other. It's got to be both or neither. That's my problem with it, is that I can you could take my stuff and then I kill you and I can't get my stuff back. That just isn't. And there's been exploits. I don't know if it's really an exploit, but people will down you, in-cap you, res you, backsmack you, and take your stuff.
Yeah.
And that's really scummy.
That's the main thing that's happening. I think that's what makes it the worst, is that I can kill you. I can see all of your gear on you and your weapons on the floor there, but I can't take it. So it's like, for me, it's a communication problem with CIG again. In this instance, they fell short, in my opinion, because they came out and was like, yeah, it's not a bug, it's intended. Okay, well, you did put out a thing saying in tier 0, you lose nothing. And then if you've changed, or there's a bug that needs fixing, but you just don't want to do it because tier 1's coming. Fantastic. Be a bit more empathetic, because you did tell the community that you won't lose your stuff. Now don't tell them, yeah, it's intended. Just shut the hell up about it, because I feel like that's what their message was. Why not? And you know, like how most other games, you log into the game and you get a little message come up in the corner. Hey, you know, we are aware of this problem. You know, try to avoid this or whatever. Like, just put a little message in the game. Hey guys, we're aware of people losing their weapons. We're okay with this to continue for now, because we're going to be changing it soon. Just so you all know. Instead, what's happening is people are going out there. The people who live this game every day know about the bug, and they're kind of being a bit toxic towards the people who don't know about the bug, right? Because it's like, they're going to shoot you, and then that person's thinking, okay, I'm dead. But then they're going to get rezzed, then going to get knocked out, and then they're going to lose their gun. And it is a toxic situation that could have been avoided if CIG made some sort of comment to counter the announcement they made about tier 0.
Yeah.
It's a communication problem.
Definitely.
Yeah, for sure it is. But they'll just claim it's an alpha. They'll just say the live environment's still an alpha, so it doesn't. So what are you expecting? And from my point of view, as somebody who doesn't try and play the game on a daily basis, if somebody steals my whatever CitizenCon gun or whatever, I'm like, oh well, I don't care, because I'm not trying to play the game. I'll get it. It'll come back next patch. It's not like they've stolen it from my account. But I know, again, for the people who are trying to play this regularly as a real game, which I still put in quotation marks, yes, stuff like your gear does matter to you. But from CIG's point of view, they will say, oh, it's a live service one day. And then if that doesn't quite suit what the topic is, they'll just say, well, actually...
But they are treating it like a live service, and they're treating each patch as a DLC each month, where they sell a patch bundle. They sell you a patch bundle, which comes with a weapon, and it comes with a skin and all that stuff. And they need to treat it like a live service in order to get you to buy that. Because if they came out and said, oh, you will lose this gun probably, because some scumbag's going to knock you out, res you, steal your gun, how many people will buy that package less, or not even you? They'll go back to like not using weapons again. And I feel like they've got to pick a lane, because I'm fine. I tell everyone, because my community go, we don't want to play PTU because there's no progress. Okay, well then you're going to test it next week on the live build, and then don't complain when the game doesn't work anymore. That's my answer. It's an alpha, and CIG needs to pick a lane. It's either it's an alpha, or it's a live service, or it's a live service, but here's some communications around existing bugs, because then I would be fine, right?
I think the only way that, because I don't think they I agree. It'd be great if they did pick a lane, but I think it's so convenient for them to be able to switch lanes based on what it's about.
Yeah, I'm sure it
I
is.
think the only thing that I would say is if you go to something like, if there was absolute outrage and people stopped buying the packages, if people actually, the outcome of this was that people stopped spending money on the store for the patch packages because they wanted the bundle, then CIG would do something about it. But like the flight base situation, it went so crazy that they had to talk about it. This, I think, is too, unfortunately for people, it's too small and too low level niche. That CIG can just
I hate to say this because this is one of those weird things, but we know because I never know this guy's name. I want to say Luke, but it's not the right name. It literally just talked about him. Not Will. Zach. I always forget his name for some reason. but Zach did there was like a poll, like A1 did a poll on Twitter like 2-3 years ago. And part of that poll was, how often do you PvP? And Zach retweeted that and said, this is actually lower. Because that poll said like 10% of people actually PvP. And Zach said it was like retweeted said it's actually lower according to our mechanics who even participate in PvP. And someone pushed him for a little bit more information, and he gave an approximate. It was like 3 to 4%. So like 3 to 4% of the entire player base participate in PvP. So it's like fixing a bug for a tiny percent of the community that is vocal and is active, but I don't think CIG sees the value in it. But the problem is that you say that if CIG goes out and says it's not worth the time, we got other things to worry about. We'll fix it eventually. People would lose their mind. So it's a communication error, but it's also one of those things where like CIG could spend time and effort fixing that problem in the next 2 or 3 patches. Could work, could not. And then that people who would be working on that aren't working on tier 1.
Well, so I have a question for you then, Paul. Does your opinion change on this if tier 1 isn't coming for another year? If tier 1 isn't coming for another year, do you think they should then put out an announcement being like, now tier 0 is this, but you lose your weapons? Like, because I feel like if it's another year...
Yeah, no. If it's another year, CIG should fix it. But the problem is that CIG never admits that it's another year. They're like, it's only a couple of months away. And it's not something that's like CIG is like secret, like, yeah, it's going to take a year and we're just going to like pretend. No, they literally believe that they can get this X, Y, or Z done in like 3 to 4 months. And then every single time they get to it and it's like, oh, this is harder than we thought. It's like, of course it's harder than you thought. We all know it's harder than you do this every time. Oh, sorry, crash out.
I'm actually cool with full loot. Like I would rather it be full loot. I'd rather they didn't change the tier 0 was after they said that we're not going to do any more tier 0s anyway. Tier 0 is kind of stupid. What they should have just done is, look, we're a full loot game currently. We've got plans to change it. If you buy something off the store, you're going to lose it for 1 month because then when the new patch comes out, you get it back. I was okay running my concierge weapons or whatever, and if I lost it, then fine, because a month later, I'd get it back in the patch. And so why they didn't just say that? And because now you ended up annoying a lot of people. I don't know. Like, there's no point going over it, right? Because, but I think either just pick a lane, like about everything, pick a lane.
That is my philosophy with CIG. Whenever I hear them say like, well, I'm like, just do something, just choose it, choose a direction and stick to it. More people would be happy. Yes, you will make some people angry and some people will leave. But it's gonna happen anyways. No matter what you do, just pick a lane and go. That's why I was so happy with the 1.0 announcement. I'm like, finally they're picking a lane, they're picking a decision, a direction they want to go, and it's like, stick to it now, please. Yep. So. Next question is okay. I'm gonna kick. We only have about 20 minutes left, so I'm gonna pick the next few. Big Brick asks, "Do you think they'll get a double dog machine next?" Unironically, I think that they're going to give us a food fabricator, where you're gonna be able to like stick in random bits, and it'll be like print out double dog, and it'll just pop out a double dog. Just because it's not that different from an actual crafting. And I also think that it would be funny. And I think CIG would also think, because they already did that. They already had to like craft a double dog screen on the like Citizen Con.
A lot of ships have kitchens that could use that.
Lots of ships have kitchens. They can just replace some of those random props with actual like fabricator interfaces, you know. Let's go back up. All right. We've got Steve the Dancer asks, do you feel we should have micro SCU container, a 0.1 SCU for small item crafting? We do. It's called the 1/8 SCU.
I think if you look about 2 lines down, I said that.
Yeah, literally the next line. They just need to have those sizes. All right, Risto Squares asks, and this is another one that I actually, when I saw, I'm like, it's a little wrong. But question asks, creatures. We only got 3 creatures in the open world. Where are the rest of the creatures? We have more than 3 creatures, but we've gotten new creatures every patch, pretty much since 4.0. Because like with 4.0, we got, was it 4.0 or was it earlier that we got the Morok, the
It was
Copian?
earlier. It was earlier, I believe.
Yeah.
It was earlier, but like with 4.0, we got the rat, which no one really realizes is a creature. You can eat them, but they do run around. We also got tiny creatures like the stone bug, and we got the slug, the vent slug, which you can see. I love collecting vent slugs because when you can collect them like objects, and when you put them down, they just go in circles. So my goal is to collect a bunch of vent slugs and just put them on random places in Stanton. So people walk by and like there's just a slug doing circles on their console, like for like regen console. Like, what is that? What is it doing?
People also forget that small Valakar, the juvenile Valakar exist in the open world on Daymar.
Yeah,
and a few other planets too, I think.
But only in certain locations. It's just not you can't just pop out anywhere. And while they do exist, they also exist in the Stormbreaker mission. They don't just like spawn in one area. They actually follow you. If you they'll let you could see them running underground and they'll pop out at you. So it's a matter of like, how do they populate them? But it's just a thing of like it takes time. Like a lot of creatures can take time. Animation takes time. They've got the tech down, and pretty much every month report they're like working on a new creature, working on a new creature, working on a new creature. So we'll see more creatures probably in the next couple of months. Probably move around faster too, especially as they're gonna build a stable of like 10 or so creatures, and then they're just gonna make variants of those 10 creatures over and over and over again until they're done. So
Oriole Stalker when CAG?
Please
give me my snow decay.
The
crab. Where's the crab?
Yes, the whip crab.
Yeah, the whip crab. Yeah.
They
remind me of the precursors from Halo.
All right, this is another good question from Iron Fuzz, who asks, I thought Squadron 42 is in the polishing stage. Why do they need all these devs and resources for polishing? This is not meant to sound sarcastic or to talk down to people at all, but there's this old saying that I've learned from a lot of folks who are in like programming, which is the hardest part of making any program is the last 10%. The last 10% takes as much time and effort as the first 90%. It's not always the case, but the idea is that you you get all the content, you get everything done, and then the actual part to make it usable and functional is a long, grueling process and takes as much time and effort as the building the thing did in the first place. In business, it's the 80-20 rule. Yeah.
Try to solve a Rubik's Cube without using algorithms.
Yeah.
You'll get it most of the way there, and then you'll find that every tiny little thing you do messes up something else. And it's pretty similar to how game dev works. Obviously, there's algorithms and people know how to solve that shit really quick. But if you just try to like intuitively do it, you run into kind of the same the same thing. Getting 1 or 2 faces the color you want is easy, and then after that, it gets exponentially harder.
So if CIG claims that are in the polishing phase, which from the people I know who work at CIG who've talked to me off the record or who work on Star Citizen and Squadron 42 said that was a little ambitious. They weren't quite they were technically into the polishing phase, but they weren't really in the polishing phase when they did that. But as of this year, they're more in that direction. the idea is that they have to make sure it works, and they have to make sure like they have to like tweak things back and forth. And that's one of the reasons why I say I don't believe all of the resources are locked up in Squadron 42. I think what the issue is that all of the resources that are coming from Squadron to Star Citizen aren't ready for Star Citizen. And then CIG's paranoia about changing the features to destabilize the game like they had in the past has made them hesitant to try to put those in states they would have normally done so. So it feels like nothing's getting done because CIG is slowing down and trying to fix the problems while there are still major problems in the game that like exist. So some people go, there's nothing been done. Nothing's been fixed. I feel like everything's wrong. And it's like, there has been like 7,000 bugs fixed. It's just none of those bugs affected you, or they are creating new problems they had to fix. And so it's one of those never ending problems that they have with that specifically. So the idea that why is it taking so long? It's because it just takes a long time to polish. Like polish is a bitch because nobody wants to do it. Look at how many games that are released, even AAA games that are released unpolished. It's because they didn't have time, so they just pushed it out there. And it's like, oh yeah, you can tell this is unpolished. No one's done the work to optimize it, to make sure it runs on different machines, to fix all like it's just not done. And so it's a matter of testing it. It's a matter of running through different configurations. It's a matter of optimizing that by changing the code. It sucks.
We're probably already starting to feel some of the wrap up on Squadron 42, like you said before, yes. £10 as well, right? Is that look at the ASD facilities, the narrative storytelling in the environments, and the light. Like it's significantly of a higher standard than what we've had before in the game, right? There's probably nowhere like it. So you're going in there. There's the blade and stuff, and it feels like it's made by a different company almost. And chances are it probably is in some sort of way, because it's those guys now as they wrap. Because the environment team, are they building new locations for Squadron at this point? Probably not.
No.
So now they should just be. That's why content has never really concerned me, because I feel like there's going to be a point where all of those artists that work at the company are now just banging out content every month for us to and Star Citizen is a content like it's
hungry.
Well, I think it's like, in MMOs, the how do you keep your people playing every month, right? To pay that subscription or whatever. And I feel like with Star Citizen, it's unlimited. Every year, a new solar system, every month, a new story that leads you somewhere else. And I feel like we're starting to get a little peek of that storytelling, the environmental storytelling, and the location work, the artwork is on a different level now than what we've had. And so I'm looking forward to what they're doing next. So.
Someone asked how many years have they been in polish. If they go by when they announced it, it was in 2023, at the end of the year in 2023. So like November of 2023, October, November. So you're looking at about 2 years of polish, which isn't too unusual. Let's take a look at like Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk was
that's not great.
Well, that was a game that was released too early, and it took them a year or to 2 years to get it to the state it should have been when it was published. And then they released Phantom Liberty.
And they don't have spaceships.
True, but they had all the other things.
That's what it is.
Well, I have a quick question for the group, if that's okay.
Sure.
So I think that when they finish making Squadron 42, they shouldn't release it for a year. They shouldn't release it for at least a year. They need to spend the year marketing, firstly, just to do with Squadron 42. But then secondly, the MMO needs to be in the best possible place it can be. If Squadron 42 is finished now, today, which it isn't, and they release it in 6 months, and have a little bit of a marketing thing, that would be completely the wrong decision. And they would lose so many people that could potentially have become full lifers on the MMO at that point. And so for me, it feels like whenever Squadron's finished, we shouldn't see it then for another year until the game that we play every day is like in a much better place. I don't know what your opinions are on that.
I agree. I'm also of the opinion that like when Star Citizen hits 1.0 levels, they just leave it in a testing phase, in a beta phase for like a year before we're actually releasing it to 1.0, because it's the same problem. Like, you don't want to like go, oh, it's 1.0, let's release it. It's like, you're going to find when you go from 4.27 and into 1.0 live, the sheer volume of people who will join at 1.0 is going to quadruple on the first month than you're ever used to. So don't do that. do a soft launch beta and then release it, or something like that. So wait, did he say CIG needs to do marketing? Yes, because this is gonna sound crazy. All right, chat, hold yourselves. Very few people know that Squadron 42 exists. People know more about Star Citizen than Squadron 42. And if you go, well, me and my friends do, congratulations. You are an early adopter. There are very few people like you in the world. There are plenty of people who play Star Citizen, probably daily, who have no idea there's a single-player game being produced by CIG because they don't follow YouTubers or Twitch streamers. They just play the game. And so as a result, you need to make sure that the world understands that Squadron 42 exists. And it's got Henry Cavill and John Rhys Davies and Mark Hamill and Gillian Anderson and all these wonderful actors. And it's the space opera, all that kind of stuff. Like that's what it is. All right. We've got like 10 minutes or so. Let me pull up some more questions. Your chat saying this is the quietest I've ever seen Spoon. It looks painful for him to look at his face. I'm being polite, chat.
I'm trying to, because if I was having a podcast, I wouldn't mind if we all just talked. Like if you were just like, shut up, Spoon, and let me just talk. But obviously, I'm just kind of dabbling in the podcast world, right? Like, it would be fine if you were like, no, Spoon, I'm going to talk over you for a second because what you just said is nonsense. Like I would be I'd be fine with it being a bit more of a battle royale, but.
We used to do that all the time, and the problem was that it became difficult to follow if you're listening to it on the side because like no one kind of knows. That's why it's you gotta sculpt it a little bit better so people can focus. So,
can I selfishly ask Spooner a question though? I'd love to know how have you just blown up this year? What's the story of your? I mean, I know not everybody wants to hear about streaming stuff, but. What's happened? What's the strategy been? And then Paul, you can give wise words for anybody who wants to be a streamer as well about how to be an excellent streamer. How's it happened?
So I think that there are two things, and I'll make it really quick because when I sometimes can babble on a little bit, right? So what I'll say is that firstly, for those aspiring streamers, you need to multi-stream. Twitch has no discoverability. Secondly, on that note, is nobody in the world knows what Star Citizen is. So if you show Star Citizen on TikTok or YouTube, most people go, holy crap, this is awesome. And then they want to know more about the game, right? And then I'm like, hey, if you're enjoying the stream, maybe come and watch on Twitch. That's the simplest way to say it. Now, secondly, just within the Star Citizen community, it is a highly PvE, older demographic community. Most of the people, just want to do some cargo, listen to a podcast and chill out, right? They don't want to do any fighting. Now, when I started streaming, the goal was to try and unite. At the time, there was a big rift between the PvE and the PvP crowd, especially with contested zones coming out and that sort of thing. So my community sort of was this place, like a safe space for PvE players, because I was a PvE player, and PvP players, with the goal of uniting the two kind of, this divide in the community. In real life, we're divided, right? About everything, politics and all this other stuff. But in the game, what you're arguing for is usually the same as what this person is arguing for. Let's try and figure out what the middle ground is. And so my community became sort of a safe space for people who just want to do mining and the people who just want to murder the miners. And then if you put them together and you're like, right, you protect this miner, and then you'll get paid in a way, and you'll get paid in a way. And so, I was going to just do a shout out at the end, but what we were talking about before with the orgs, it's hard to get an org, right? But the best thing about a streamer community, especially around Star Citizen, is I've got an org. We actually don't do anything to do with the org, right? But I've got an org. When you log on every day and come to my Discord, you'll see 20 people all just playing the game. And I also have this thing called the Sherpa system. So if you're a new player, you download the game, you don't even know how to, because there's nothing in the game, right? I know CIG have the guide system. You can come into my Discord, you can request a Sherpa, and it'll match you with one of the guys who volunteer, either a PvP expert or a PvE expert, and they'll come and spend, you know, a couple of hours playing the game with you and teach you how to dodge the bugs. And so again, just that community building, putting it into a Discord, like Cepheus said, is that, you know, someone is usually online. And when we've got new players who come into the game doesn't tell you how to do anything. The community is here. And so that it's a little bit different from like someone trying to build a friend group in the game themselves. Like if you're just a new player now, where'd you find friends? Like it's difficult, right? Global chat. So at least here, they watch on stream, they join the Discord, and they've got a community that's here every single day because we're just hanging out. And if I'm not online, they just find someone in the Discord, or if I'm online, they come and play with me. That's it. And no real secret, just that, you know, just trying to unite everyone and just for the game that we all like playing.
I will say his secret, which is important for anyone who wants to make content, is he plays every day. You probably take breaks, but if you're consistent, people watch. If you have to be where people are when you're doing content. If you're not where people are, then there's no point in doing content. Like, and the fact that everything he said is correct. But if you were only streaming like twice a week, once a month, that would have been harder to do. But the fact that you're always online, you're gathering people who are like, oh, I like this person is cool. I would like to join them. And then that gathers a ball of people together. And then those ball of people go, we can play together. Because that's kind of how it happened with my group too, is like, I have groups of people, like average, I would say 10 to 20 people who at any given time, I can find them playing not just Star Citizen, but Helldivers or Space Marine or Dark Tide or other games that are available just because they're available to play. And so they like each other and they hang out with each other and they talk with each other. So that's really it.
But I think what Cepheus said about finding an org with like similar views or whatever.
Yes.
The good thing about finding, like, if you come to my stream and you meet me, and then you can see that I'm a good guy, right? And then I attract other people that are also good guys. And so most people in the Discord are not, you know, the more toxic side of the player base, right? You know, if I was a hardcore PvE player, you know, F the PvE bobs and I'm going to murder you every day and whatever, then I would collect a bunch of people in my Discord that were similar views, right? So my community is quite a positive place. You know, we're welcoming to new players, and that's a big thing in a game that sometimes is lacking the social features. And you know, there's a lot of toxic stuff around Star Citizen, you know, with the game being a scam. And so just having a place to come, and like I'm also like, I joke about the game being a scam. You know, I'll drop my gun and go, what a freaking scam this is. You know, but then the next minute I'm like, oh man, this is so good. This is hitting. And I think that's the majority of this player base. The majority of this player base loves the game, gets really frustrated at the game, but then comes back the next day to try it again. And so, you know.
Fuck you, we'll see you tomorrow.
yeah, exactly.
That has summarized so many days for Star Citizen.
Sometimes you play Star Citizen, sometimes Star Citizen plays you, and sometimes you just got to learn when you go, I'm done for today. I'll come back tomorrow. His cam quality is nuts. And listen, Spooner knows stuff. I'm gonna have to pick your brain about how you do vertical integration for YouTube, because I got to do vertical streams for YouTube, and I got to start doing TikTok because I stream YouTube and Twitch as well.
And Twitch now does vertical as well. I'm sorry, this has become some sort of streamer thing, but I would say that also just one note is that, you know, you did say like, oh, stream every day or whatever, and it's like it's not so much like, I've had 4 days off this whole year, so I do stream every day. But more important than that is the consistency. And like, you know, even if it's only 4 days a week, if your people know where to get you, then that's more important than doing it every single day. And then also, there's no discoverability on Twitch. There's no organic growth on Twitch. Like, once you start getting to the top of the category, you start picking up people. Maybe you start making connections. Like, I'm on this podcast now, so then maybe, you know, some people discover me here. But when you're on 1 or 2 viewers, you need to be on YouTube. You need to be on TikTok. And that's the most important thing. So
diversifying your content, making videos, making shorts, like for TikTok and stuff like that. It's about consistency, but it's also about, don't put all your eggs in one basket. That's something that I learned early on in my career as well, because here's the question for all of you. This is just for in general for all of you who want to make content. If you do Twitch, say, what happens if Twitch closes down tomorrow? He was like, "Oh, and it never happened. It happened to Vine. It happened to that one Microsoft. It was backed by Microsoft. Mixer, right? Mixer was backed by one of the biggest companies on the planet, and it closed down. Just because Twitch is owned by Amazon doesn't mean Amazon doesn't go, you're done, cut you off like tomorrow. They could do that if they felt like, because they don't make Amazon a lot of money.
Man, I'm streaming on Kick. I'm streaming on Kick,
Yeah.
TikTok, YouTube, Twitch. You need to be doing it everywhere. You know, if Twitch closed down tomorrow, I'd hope that my community would follow me to YouTube or to Kick.
Yeah.
And yeah. But yeah, sorry, we've way got off topic. But by the way, if
That's
anyone wants, because before I lost my job, I was head of video for a global business. Before that, I had my own business making music videos, commercials. So my background is in marketing and creative videos. So if anyone wants any advice, conversation.
You're on the advertising side of things, but you're a fellow marketer. So I understand. I know you watch me every so often, but I did marketing research for a while, so I know that
Sick.
that view. I'm the kind of person who comes up to you and hands you the spreadsheets that you go, this is nice, throws it away. Let's do this, you know.
Sweet.
This is our demo. Cool. I don't care. We'll do the fun thing. All right. But yeah. All right. Let's move on to, I guess let's just do one more question and call it, because we're kind of at that time. Good conversations. Hopefully you all enjoyed yourselves so far.
Yes.
And tangents are usual, especially in the question and answer session. We go on tangents all the time. It's kind of the thing about the question and answer sessions. We have some really cool things that end up happening as a result. I don't see any more questions. Let me check YouTube. YouTube probably has questions.
I can make up some spicy ones to end on if you want. Come on. Still, I want to hear everybody's predictions for when 1.0 will actually come. That's always a good one.
3 years.
2028.
Okay.
3 years.
Fish asks a question at the very end. Oh no, this one. Sorry, Fish. This is a little bit better. AKA 3913 asked, with base building, with base building, how will land claims work for orgs? What features will make it easy for players to work together? What should we expect?
I guess I'm qualified for that one, huh? I got a few players in my org with like land claims and pioneers and all that stuff. And how I'm hoping it will work is that you can place a land claim and then you can basically give it to your org. Like, say this is under the org's authority. Because the big problem is, say I've got, player Bob who's got a land claim, and his land claim is the foundation on which my org's main base, all 200 people, operate out of. We got an 8x8 new Babbage size city going, and then that one player decides, you know what, I'm gonna go try another org, and then I leave, and then is my base just gone? Like, that would really suck. So they need an ability to kind of say this is for the org, or it'd be like kind of a joint ownership thing. In the same breath, you don't want people to be like, okay, I give this org my land claim, and then the org goes, okay, bye-bye, you're banned. And then just, take their stuff and leave. So there's sort of middle ground in there. And I don't really know what the good answer for that is. I hope CIG figures it out, because there's a lot of ways that it could get messy. And I don't have a land claim myself, which is obviously what I would prefer. But, hopefully there's ways that orgs can protect themselves and org members can protect themselves when it comes to land claims and things like that.
Yeah,
I hope I answered the question.
Good.
It was a good answer. It was. I reckon CIG massively regret.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's why they never sold them again. They did it once and then they stopped doing it, and they're like, we're not doing this again.
They've caused themselves a massive headache, and there's all sorts of questions. They surely can only be used in lawful systems where it will be where they'll be protected by the shield stuff that they talked about. But there's all sorts of things, like they talked about how they actually talked about instancing with base building when this was first, well, not first, but when it was last talked about. And there's all sorts of questions around how base building is going to work and how it's it's almost such a massive thing that it makes me think, yeah, how can they do this anytime soon? Because there's so many things to work out, and if they are going to instance a base's states, there's so much that they've got to work out. It's a massive nightmare, I think.
Yeah, I think it's they're going to have to rip that Band-Aid off when it comes, and they're just going to have to make some decisions which are going to make people unhappy. The best case scenario that I can think of for bases, and especially for base land claims, is that land claims aren't attached to your org; they're attached to you. So you get to do things, and you can permit people to come on and do things with you, but it's never going to be attached to an org. The land claims that will be org based will still have to be one person, and then they have permissions for the rest of the org to show up.
That's the danger there is just if I utilize a member's land claim for kind of my main base, and then they leave, what happens? That's kind of
kicked off
when you do something collaboratively. That's really a big challenge. And so I've got multiple land claims within my org's fleet, but I'm still probably going to have to acquire one in game for like our actual main complex.
Yeah,
I think I think that CIG. I think we're at a point in the project now where CIG, it's okay to take influences from other games. I don't need the wheel to be reinvented with every single thing. Like, just take player trading. Take that from Warframe, where you walk up to the player and go, "You want to trade this? It's in my inventory. You can have it," or whatever. Or take some base building stuff from Dune or whatever. I think that the base building stuff's always going to be complicated because it always ends in drama, from what I can tell and from what I've experienced. When I play Dune, it's like, who's taking this from this box? And I think, a simple permission system should be where we start, and then just keep tweaking it from there. But I think we just need to stop trying to reinvent the wheel every single time, and we'd make a lot more progress if we just went, what's the best thing about this system in this game here? What game does it the best? Let's tweak it a little bit, and let's put it in Star Citizen. I think the constant reinventing the wheel is the thing that sort of drags us along at the snail's pace that we're at. So
if I was going to say anything for CIG to look at, it would be a combination of Star Wars Galaxies and Eve, because Star Wars Galaxies has some of the best community sandbox building of bases, which basically turned into full-blown towns where people offered different services and stuff like that. Like, I think that's likely where because it's clear, almost crystal clear, that that's the direction they're moving towards, because I can see the influences of that in all of their decisions with that road to 1.0. And then when it comes to like who owns what land, you just do the Eve thing, where it's like, this person owns the land, you better trust them, because if they backstab you, you made the wrong decision, buddy.
That's what they should probably do. But again, a lot of the community will be very upset with that.
Yeah. But I mean, they're gonna be upset, but no matter what happens, like, CIG's not gonna make everyone happy, and they need to learn. I know they keep saying this is a game for everyone, and I'm like, no, it's not. It's a game for a lot of people, but never for everyone. Some people are gonna not enjoy it. So,
ooh, I got 2 land claims, and neither of them would I put my entire org space on, and that's crazy. That is crazy.
All right. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for watching. Thank you to Cepheus. You can join Northern Star Alliance, right? Or
just Northern Star SC on YouTube. You'll find links to our Discord. Look us up.
And then you got 10pound42 on YouTube and Twitch, and Citizen Spooner on YouTube and Twitch, and Kick, and TikTok, and Instagram, and MySpace,
I'm sorry,
and Facebook, and Pornhub, and
wait.
OnlyFans? Is there an OnlyFans?
The only Spoons is coming January.
Only Spoons. All right. Hey.
Thank you all for joining us. We'll be back here in a few minutes with Atira Kell and Night Cobb to talk a little bit more about the this year in Star Citizen. I would you want to update, because as we were discussing, having good discussions, we had several more donations. Steakaroo donated $100. Cody Cooper donated $10, saying, "Keep going. This is good. Keep doing good in this crazy world. As always, my friend. As always, love from Texas." And then Witcher Gary donated $50, who said, "For children and the glory of lore." My organization's the League of Relic Enthusiasts, so lore. Thank you again for joining. Thank you. So we're at $785. Like I said, when we reach $1,000, we'll do a giveaway. Reach $2,500, we'll do a giveaway. And when we reach our total goal of $4,000, we'll do a giveaway. So hopefully y'all enjoy this. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for watching, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
See you guys.
Thank you.
All right, y'all are clear for now. Feel free to just make sure that you click off of the video link so that it's like closed down, so that way I can send it to the next person. But thank you for coming on. It's been nice. It was really great to have you all on. So
A pleasure once again.
Sorry, guys. I was just checking. I was.
Lay hold, the stream's on pause, don't you fear. Spooner's off to handle some business, dear. Maybe it's Rupert who needed some air, or maybe Spooner's got a porcelain affair. He's grabbing a drink or letting the pump out, but there's another option we can't rule out. A thundering sound, a plop plop tune. Spooner's making waves in the bathroom saloon.
Guys, everyone hear me?
Back, oh yes, don't
I'll just go for a quick pee.
Spooner's on a break, it's the AFK way. Grab a snack, grab a drink, join the fun. He'll be back in a flash when the job is done. Rupert's tail wagging at the door, or maybe Spooner's stomach's feeling sore. He's the king of the stream, but nature calls, answering now in the echoing halls. Whoa, maybe he's brewing the perfect tea, or caught in a bathroom symphony with plop plop beats and a flush and reprise. Spooner's the maestro, no compromise. We'll be right back, oh yes, don't stray. Spooner's on a break, it's the AFK way. Grab a snack, grab a drink, join the fun. He'll be back in a flash.
Oh, shit. You guys want to see the dog? Oh, I should bring up the green screen. Hold on. Hold on a second. Bum, bum, bum,
So
bum.
hold tight, friends, the stream's not gone. Spooner's just taking care of what must be done. Rupert's out, or the
Did I wash my hands?
in play.
Yeah, I did. Well,
But Spooner will return.
I washed my hands this morning. I start the day with a clean piece, and then I don't have to wash them the whole day. Fantastic. Wash your junk, and then you don't have to waste the money, you know, and the water, and, you know, perfect. Splash and dash. I'm never eating popcorn. Guys, that is a tip you can take to the bank, okay? You just, what you do is you wash your hands at the very start of the day. You wash your hands at the very start of the day, and you're good the whole day then. It doesn't matter. It's going to be clean the whole day. You can't eat at everyone's house. Why? That's so mean. Thanks for the tip. Great tip, great tip. Anyway, guys, how was that? That was a fun podcast. The guys are awesome. Ah, thanks, Crimson. It's obviously how many monsters? Just one monster. Just one monster. Right, let's get into this video game. Do you use your hands to pick up after Rupert? All done. We got to get Rupert up here. Rupert! Rupert! Where are you? He was sitting outside in the hallway. Hiya, buddy. Come on, let's get you up. Oh, let's get you up. Let's get you up here. Say hello to everyone. Oh, hello, buddy. Hello. We've missed you. We've missed you. Hello. Hello, buddy. Look, say hello to chat. Hello, chat. Rupert, say hello to chat. Hello. Thank you for the kisses. Thank you for the kisses. Oh. 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 Should we just sit here and cuddle with Rupert all day? I think we should just sit here and cuddle Rupert all day. Would you like that, Rupert? Would you like all the cuddles? Just cuddle all day? Is this better than playing Star Citizen? Oh, we'll just stroke you all day. Just do a Rupert stream. Would you like that? Eh? Would you like that? No. Big yawn. Oh. This is much better than playing Star Citizen, isn't it? Yeah? Much better than playing... Oh, you want to go? Where's his shot caller? He's trying to be independent. He's trying to be independent. Quick. Right, let's get into this space game. By the way, guys, thanks for supporting the cause there. Appreciate everyone who sent them a donation. That's very nice of you. Oh. Good podcast, Spooner. Thanks, dude. You know, interesting doing a podcast with so many people, you know, figuring out when to jump in and, like, you know, add a bit of information or whatever. Really fun, though. And, guys, thank you for all the followers as well. I see Hawkshaw, Mingwini, Soul Off-Roader, Mario, Doc, Fuzz, thank you for the follow as well. And thanks for the 100 bits. Also, I think Brick sent 5. I think Brick sent £5 as well to the goal. Kilo Delta Pew, thank you for the follow. And Mycium Farzone, thank you for the follow. And GFA and Ash and all you guys who came in on the raid. Sorry, I couldn't really acknowledge you guys. Hopefully everyone's having a fantastic day. I kind of want to try and get... Oh, we got a crime stat. We got a crime stat. We can go with a 2, I think. We can go with a 2. I think we're okay. Anyway, I also I updated the little goal thing in the corner. Hopefully you guys like the way it looks. It'd be cool if it like popped out every so often or whatever, just so it wasn't constantly on the screen. But I'm gonna give them I'll give them my feedback on that. What I'd love to do is find a little squad to roll around doing the CFP missions. So I'm going to join the Discord if anyone wants to join in and play. I need to get the CFP missions done. CFP missions. I'd love to take a little team out, maybe on the Paladin. I think that might be quite fun. Where is the Paladin? Why was my thing so far scrolled down? Oh, we're going to have to claim it. Sad times. Was it 6 minutes? Okay, we good. Oh, you got to go to birthday party. That's okay for. Second phase. Not the second phase. It isn't out yet, is it? The second phase is not out yet. If you aren't British, it reads as you want to buy something adulty. Adulty. What did I say? No one join him. Down with the CFP. Pay? Straight to jail? Oh, I just pay it off in the... Is it in the spaceport? I couldn't find it yesterday. October 28th is the start of phase 2, yeah. So if we can get this phase 1 done today, and then we can move on to something else tomorrow, right? 28th's next week. So what day is the 28th? Tuesday. Okay, sick. Let's get phase 1 done then. Let's go and pay off our crimes. Hey, Tinavale, how you doing, dude? You okay? Yeah, hopefully the podcast was good. I don't like going on other people's podcasts is nerve-wracking because I don't want to be the reason the podcast sucks. But it felt like it went okay. They normally have a few terminals at the spaceport. I don't know where it is at ArcCorp. But anyway, I am in the hey, Akram's doing a Sherpa. That's cool. I've seen a couple of PvP guys hanging out with Viking as well. So if you guys are new here, I just want to take a second to give it a bit of a shout out. Our Discord has a Sherpa system. It's kind of like a guide system. So if you want to join the Discord, you can request a Sherpa. You can request a Sherpa using the request a Sherpa link here. You can click this button and it will pair you with a Sherpa who will help you learn the game. It's very cool. One of my favorite features. And then here you can see some of the Sherpa feedback. Viking, thanks for my one-to-one practice. There's some people here. Dyson, thank you for my Sherpa. And the feedback section's new here. So and Viking's smashing it since he got back from his holiday. So feel free to join into the Discord and take advantage of that. The terminals to pay for crimes are located in customs. Oh, are they, yeah? Thank you, Stranglemore. We'll go and do that right now. Also, thank you for you guys who are lurking on Kick. The Kick lurks are massive. Like, I think on average, we've been making like $10 a day just from you guys lurking and hanging out in, yeah, hanging out and Kick in the background. It's very cool. And then if you guys are just joining it, you'll know that we've had a, like quite a big sub goal this month. What we did is we just condensed the sub goal into like a cash goal. So instead of needing like 1,032 subs to hit the goal or whatever, we just took Twitch's earnings off it and just made it more about, you know, the money coming straight from you guys if you wanted to donate without having to give Bezos any more money. He doesn't need any more. So then that's the goal in the corner there. You can see it that we got the leg wax. I just made up an amount just to have the leg wax there. And then dye hair is the next goal at 1,000. Right. Let's go. Remember, there's a Spanish Sherpa option. Yes. There's a well, so you will get paired with a Sherpa for your needs. Millink, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, dude. Yeah, and if you guys are coming here for the first time, my name's Spooner. It's a pleasure to have you here watching and hanging out with us today. We have an incredible community here. Whatever platform you're watching on, YouTube, TikTok, Kick, etc. Thanks for hanging out. Group invite for CFP missions. Yes. Well, I was gonna. You don't want to. If you don't want to chat, I can just send you an invite for sure. Hi, Atsu. How's it going?
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
How does one become a Sherpa? We do actually need another PvP player. So I'll say, Cerberus, if you want to be a Sherpa, just put it in the chat. Fox kind of looks after the Sherpa program here. 1 minute left. So if you want to become a Sherpa, that's awesome. We only have one kind of hardcore PvP player, and also we're trying to get, I think Viking spending some time with Fox to try and get him, you know, to be able to teach people as well. But you are a great player, so if you want to join, I'm sure if you just mention it in the chat there, the guys will hook you up. Oh, my little bedroom's coming along well, though, look. All my trophies. Hey, this one fell over. Hello? Why did you fall over? Oh, why? Yeah, let's go. All my little trophies. Is Avenger a Sherpa? Can I join you? Yeah, by the way, you guys, if you're in the Discord, you can see I'm just in a channel. You can join me. If you want to join me in game, you have to send me a friend request, though. And my name in game is just Citizen Spoon. Like, Rupert's left dog hairs everywhere. God damn it. That hairy dog. Adele did get back late last night from Brighton, which was great. We went and met her at the train station. Rupert was losing his marbles, jumping up at Adele. It was quite funny. But she is back. And so what I will do is, because obviously she got back at like midnight last night or whatever. So what I'll be doing is probably finishing in a couple of hours. Spend a bit of the day with her today. Hopefully that's okay with you guys. But you will know that. Why can't I get this up on this elevator? Why won't it accept my big snake? Yeah, I'll invite you in 1 second. I'm just waiting for my shit. But you guys know that I don't really take days off, but I usually just opt for a smaller stream if we are a shorter stream. If, you know, I need to. Yeah, she made it home. It was nice. She'd been gone 3 days. I feel sorry for Rupert because 3 days for Rupert must feel like a month or something. So he's like, she's never coming back. You can tell in his, like, you can tell how he's feeling just looking at him. Why can't we get the worm out? We could get the worm out last patch, and now it's not. Does anyone know why that doesn't seem to be working? They made it too heavy for the elevators? Why? What the heck happened? Patrick with the 10 stream streak. What a freaking legend. I'm at Orison. Where are we meeting? Well, I'm on ArtCorp, so if you want to come over to Bajini, we can kind of go out from there. I think you did well, Nick. Thank you. I like, honestly, I'm kind of nervous going on other people's things because I don't want it to be shit. Because I say stupid stuff, right? If it's my own thing, then it doesn't really matter. So that doesn't work either. The barrels doesn't work. The worm doesn't work. So things just don't work anymore. What the heck? Oh, we got the Big Benny's machine. Man, why is it... Why does all the good stuff... Why does all the good stuff break? It can't... Yeah, the worm statue cannot go on this massive elevator. They invited me, true, so it's their own fault. Big Benny's. We have to carry it all the way over the other side now. Can you guys hear the music, or is it too quiet? Where did I get that? I can't reveal my secrets, Cole. I'm off to watch House of Dynamite. Lurk until I get back. Let's go. Hey, let me know if it's good. I haven't watched it yet. Have you not seen the Big Benny's machine? If only it worked, it'd be sick, wouldn't it? Little pop-out noodles. You could just leave this in your hanger, grab a snack. It's the referral one, yeah. It's from the referral. It's kind of Fallout style, yeah. True. True. I can't wait for vending machines to work. Just want to put it near all my stuff. You guys will have to let me know if the music gets too loud. This is riveting gameplay. Ban him. Hell yeah, that looks cool. This is all my random shit that I've been collecting. I can't get a lot of it out of the storage. Oh, it keeps falling over. I can't wait for base building, guys. Why didn't you pull it all up from that freight elevator? Because I thought it was broken, okay? I thought it was broken. Let me get it over here. Because downslide, you would know this if you were here 5 seconds earlier, where I wasn't able to pull up what I was trying to pull up, okay? My bedroom's coming along pretty well. That's a lot of stuff you got there. You boys better not steal it if you come and visit me, okay? You want a money sink? Wait until they have an outfit an entire space station with shit. Yeah, true. Where did I get the glass tube? It's a trophy cabinet, but the trophies can't be put into the cabinet. It's rather silly. It's rather silly. You had to bail? Unacceptable. How was the Sherpering? I think we could go and do the missions like this, right? Didn't finish the podcast. Was good. Yeah, it was really good. We had some like good topics. I'm always just a bit nervous going on other people's podcasts and stuff, right? Because I don't want to mess it up. I don't want to be the reason people don't like the podcast. Come on, ship. You witnessed a miracle? What was it? Hell yeah. Taiku, yeah. Let me add you. I'm probably just going to do a mixture of the missions, whatever's available. What's the score? 24. It's completely identical. It's like 700 points. Thanks, Servo. I appreciate you, mate. Man, 350. So we got a big grind for these ones. Big old grind. Let's go. You had high energy in an objectiveness and balanced way. I seen someone being like, because I try not to read the chat, right? But I seen someone was like, I don't like this guy's take. I was like, oh no. What did I say? Because obviously by the time I see the messages, I forgot what I've said. Man, it would be better to have a medical ship than this ship. But we'll go in this ship for a bit. See how we do. Fuck that guy. If you guys like the music as well, this is Wikipedia, one of the devs at Star Citizen. He makes his own music. You can find it on Spotify, Apple Music. Just search Wikipedia. It's very cool. It's very vibey. You're playing some Star Citizen. Bit of music in the background. Very cool. Man, we got 24 of you guys on Kick. What little legends you are. Is everyone liking the new vertical layout on Twitch? How are we feeling about that after like having it for a week? Oh, wait, CGFA is on, he commented on YouTube as well. Man, I wasn't getting the messages on YouTube. What? Twitch has changed? I think when you now watch Twitch vertically, it'll look like my TikTok layout. And when you turn it horizontally, it will look like the Twitch layout, the horizontal layout. Yeah, well, you can turn it onto classical mode. It's like this. It's like this. So horizontal mode is like how Twitch normally looks, right? And then if you click this, it's like having your phone on the other way. So it changes the layout to be like this. But you can turn that off and just choose classic mode. I don't need headhunters. Yeah, I only need CFP. You know how hard it'll be to turn my 50-inch TV on its side? That's asking a lot. Hold on, I need to turn on my timers and stuff. I forgot to turn them off. I don't have this on my PC. Get some comp? Get some comp? What do you mean by comp? But yes, I'll take it, whatever it is. I don't have this on my PC. What's up? I think it's only on mobile, Rattus. So you know when you turn your phone vertically, you then get the vertical layout. It should be classic. Hell yeah, I'm coming. I'm coming. What kind of components are we talking about? Have you got a big mix? Man, what a ship. I love the Paladin. It's just so cool. The lighting, the accents there, it's so good. Hell yeah, bro. You just stick it. Why are they at Bajini and not like Arco? But yeah, just stick all your shit on an elevator or I'll send it down for sure. I need to be able to outfit like every ship. Hold on to your butts. If I can find Bajini. Maybe? Maybe? This one? Hell yeah. Is there a bug with this ship, by the way, with the way it takes damage? I've seen a lot of people saying that it's taking more damage than it should. Like, it's taking laser damage even with shields up. The only thing I don't dig about the Paladin is the remote turrets on the left and the right. Can't go past the vertical center line. Always fly with gun gimbals on. I didn't even know that was an issue. Do the side engines on your ship rotate? What's the button for VTOL? Alt K maybe? Or is it just K? Okay, yeah. That's cool, that's cool. It does seem to take a lot of damage from what I played. I think it's broken. I think the Paladin, it takes damage even with the shields up. I mean, we can definitely compare that. Definitely test that today. Man, I love this ship. I think it's so gorgeous. I've unlocked the ship ports? How? I think it's reliant on the armor that isn't in the game yet. Yeah, but I think it's genuinely broken. It takes damage even when it shouldn't take damage. So if you're firing laser repeaters at it and it's got its shields up, it actually is damaging the ship at the same time. Yeah, they're at the back, aren't they? What a landing! What a great landing! Isn't armor coming in with Maelstrom? Hopefully armor comes in with engineering. Hopefully it comes in with engineering, right? Which there should be an engineering tech preview on Monday. I think it's NDA Evo though. I would hope armor comes in with engineering. Who knows though? Is it easier if I just come to your hangar, yeah? Man, I love the Paladin. I love it. I own it as well. I CCU'd from the Redeemer. It was like $20. Something like that anyway. Sick. You just put some Omnis on it? Oh. Have you got Have you got components to outrig a Paladin, Dyson? Or is this all fighters? I think 2 crew minimum. Yeah, you would want 2 crew. I'll listen to it, Brock. Sure, it's like Christmas. Hell yeah, boy. I will give you 10 Alpha UEC for the lot. Take it or leave it. A 2 crew maximum? I think actually, if you've got 4 people on it, it would be an absolute freaking beast. Absolute beast. Oh boy. We could get a Gladius up here. Outfit Gladius. What's the Avalanche for? You drive a hard bargain. I'm gonna have to pay you later. Hello there. Hey, Slot. How's it going? Anything else you want to give me? Any Omni Skies? The only change I made to your Paladin was the QT drive. What's new in the verse this week? So, if you don't know, on the 28th, the Phase 2 missions drop for the fight for Pyro or whatever. That comes out on the 28th, Tuesday. So I'm just kind of chill stream. We've been on AstroPub's podcast this morning, which was really fun. Everything is broken. So I'm trying to get the missions finished up. Adele's been away for a couple of days, so today will be an early-ish finish. But we started like 3.5 hours ago when we jumped on the podcast.
Welcome to the ASOP.
I said, what's new, not the same. Oh, should we do Gladius so we can at least go fight if we need to? Feel like we'll just do the Gladius, seeing as it's here.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
That's what she said. Android Tux, how you doing?
Thank you.
I don't know why I've got so much stuff here. I don't know why I've got an MX and a Guardian. Why are we getting these? I don't have this anymore. I don't even own a Guardian. I'm not entirely sure why that's here. A Spoon is Little Worm gone completely inverted? Just don't question it. I love the MX. Maybe we could try and do some patrols as well. Oh, it's Lua. Why is that? Yeah, it's changed the name, hasn't it? Weird. Very strange. Are the new ships still available for subscribers? I think the new ships are still on the website for everyone right now. If you're talking about the Paladin, the Stinger, and the Shiv, I think they're still available on the website. I'm just going to try and outfit a Gladius, seeing as I've come all this way. Try and do some patrols? Yeah, because I don't know if they're going to work. I think if they are coming with the sub still. Yeah, but is it the Guardians that are this month's sub thing? Is it? This vertical chat text box sucks ass. Are you talking about on mobile when you face it the other way? Why does it suck? Is it going too fast? Hey, Retro, how's it going, dude? You okay? I'm going good, thank you. I don't know, it's the Meteor and Mantis this month. Have I got the Meteor? Have I got the Mantis? Yeah, I've got the Mantis. Not the Meteor, though, because I only do the $10 sub. Oh, I didn't mean to pull it up. Damn it. Just doing my daily check-in. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Yeah, you guys have been... for those of you guys who are lurking on Kick, it's like I'm making like $10, $15 a day for just the lurks. So huge. Huge. You can't move the cursor? Oh, it's just a bug then, I guess. I'd love to know what, like, the metrics of people watching vertically on the new system as opposed to horizontal. That's a pizza. How you doing, Jack? You okay? I love the vertical and mobile. I can't go back to horizontal. Bliss, really? That's interesting, dude. That's really interesting. I hope you're a tits today. Dude, I don't even know what that means. Do I have any components? I really want to get a skin for the Paladin. Might have to get one, right? At some point. Maybe we could just remove this and just put this for a JS400 in it. Just go balls. Oh, why do you need 3? Oh, I've only got 2. Quantum drive. A spicule. I haven't got a big... The pirate skin was ace. Not a tit. I hope you're the tits. Like, great. Okay, super tits. Okay, perfect. You need another 400? I think I need another 400, yeah. But also, I need a shield and some sort of the quantum drive. I'm good. I guess quantum drive doesn't matter too much. I don't know if you've got a military quantum drive. Maybe it just gives us more health. You can max out the pips on the Paladin without changing any components. Do we increase the health, though? Right, let's just see the Gladius. Paladin is size 2? I think so, yeah. It's a JS 400 and... Where's the Gladius? Oh. Don't worry, I'm blind. That'll do. Why do I never get an image of my ship and then the screen is just a blurred outline? You have to fix it. You have to fix it. There's a bug with it, and you put a bit of code in somewhere in a file, and then it fixes it. Mellow Mike, thank you for the sub on YouTube there. That'll do it. It doesn't really matter too much. JS300 VK FR66. I've got a Gladius flight bait, but it's an arc cut. I don't know why it says now unavailable. Juicy the Mage, thank you for the follow. How's the referral race? I got 10 referrals. 10 referrals. Where'd you get the Gladius flight blade from? I think you buy it from Hurston, right? Lawville. I think you buy it from Lawville. Oh, I need to come back to you, Dyson? Not Juicy the Mage, thank you for the follow. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, we are giving away a shiv. We're doing a shiv away this month, courtesy of CIG. Exclamation point shiv. You can enter the giveaway. You do earn bonus points for watching here on Twitch. Yeah, you can't go chat-only mode in vertical. You have to return to the class view. It's really the only problem. I like to watch on the tablet and split chat to my phone. Oh, interesting. It's funny because some people are saying they prefer it. Flight Blade, it just adds a slight buff or nerf to whatever you... So if you want faster speeds on the Gladius, then it nerfs mobility slightly. Or if you want to increase mobility, then it nerfs the top speed slightly. But you can get Flight Blades. They're like slight upgrades. Oh, it's fantastic if you're just on the phone. Interesting. I miss my MX. Okay, I'm back. Did I drink? Yeah, I'm on my 6th monster. 6 monsters today. Imagine, I'd be buzzing. Buzzing. Hey, Digi, how's it going? You was geeking on the podcast? No, what you mean geeking? The new tractor beam's sick. Can you get flight blades for all ships? Just select... It's select ones. I think the Redeemer, the Arrow, the Gladius. Someone in chat will be able to tell you. How's Star Trek going? Star Trek's going really good. I stayed up a bit later doing some missions last night on Star Trek. I've just removed the goal at the moment because it was getting a bit cluttered on the screen. The Star Trek campaign is still going, though. And I think we've still got like 10 days, 11 days. Something like that. So I was testing out the new overlay. See in the bottom corner here. So now I think when someone donates, there's like an animation. And it crosses off the goals when it gets there. It's kind of cool. I wish that it like shrunk on itself. And when someone interacted with it, popped out. That would be really sick. I'm going to give them feedback on that. Did I mount my MX? No, I CCU'd my MX to the Stinger. What a bloody mistake that was, chat. What a bloody mistake. That was not a good decision. What guns have you got on this bad boy? Was it original MX or CCU? You know what I think it was? I think it was a referral LTI token. So if you don't know what that is, it just means that you can't melt or gift. Can't melt or gift a ship that was CCU'd from a referral. You're stuck with it, yeah. I'm stuck with the Stinger. Unless I CCU it into something else. Am I a Lord of the Rings fan? I like Lord of the Rings. I wouldn't say I'm like a big Lord of the Rings geek or anything. Like, I wouldn't be able to tell you all the... I wouldn't be able to tell you everything about it, right? Ah, I'm stealing your goods. Do I know Aragorn? Yeah, the guy with long black hair, right? And the mustache, and the beard. Wait, I thought I just took that gun off. What the heck happened? Are you are you fixing it as I'm like taking a bath? That's so funny. You can't melt giveaways or referrals, only CC you up. Yes. Unfortunately, I am now stuck with a Stinger unless I want to CC you. It's like, it's a trap, really, Silver. It's a trap, really. You got the Prowler utility on day one. Hell yeah. Can't wait for the MX to be added to Wicklow. Yep. And the Meteor. The Meteor is going to be so good. I love the Meteor. I love the Meteor. Ah! Bleh. Ah! Hello, Ollie. How's it going? Yeah, medals and... Yeah, oh my god, bro. I'm stuck with a Paladin until I get something more expensive. It's a good trap. It's a good trap. Before you know it, you're like $900 in. Oh, we're going the wrong way. Yeah, they need to sort out the medals. If I lose medals again this patch, I'm done with the medals, to be honest with you. Oh, it needed Polaris bits? Man, I think I'm done. It's so boring. CIG will refund them once you create a support ticket. Crunk, thank you for the follow. My guy's got a problem. What are you going to do with the stuff you're taking out? Just gonna stick it in some ships, really. Stick it in some ships. Wicklow is a test of patience. I love Wicklow, but it is very frustrating every month. Come back and find all your medals and script gone. Every month. Every month. I'm kind of over the grind for it. So now, until they fix that happening, I am not going to be pushing Wicklow, really. I'll just grind out for a Meteor or something and an MX when the new patch drops. It just, because there's no point getting medals now, right? What are you going to do? Grind out all the medals, then when the MX comes, you've got no medals because they wiped. The new tractor beam is so good. Holy. I think like the medical terrapin came with like stock components. It was just a skin, really. Best thing of 4.3.2? Well, you're asking me what the best thing is. Wick low, put low in low expectations. How are you doing today, Barry? Okay, what are you going to do with all the stuff you're taking out? Yeah, Dav. I'm going to stick some in my Paladin. I think... I need, like, all my ships, obviously, each patch are getting kind of reset. Oh, you're talking about the tractor beam. Ayatsu, you want to come and be my gunner?
Yes.
Let's go. Right, let's just finish this Paladin. I'll just do this, because you never know. Have you got any better shields for the Paladin? It's a size 2. What are you boys doing? We're doing, the CFP might do some patrols. 76s? Why is it not coming up here? $76. Did you give me 76s? Because it's not appearing anywhere. Boy, Clueless. Dude, thank you for the 4-month sub. Isn't time flying, guys? The parapet is the best one. Have you got a parapet and anything? Ramparts? Do you have a ramparts? Don't remind me that I'm old. Is there any good skins for the Paladin before we go out and do missions and I've got to look at it all day? Because we could just get a skin for it, right? There's a parapet in your C1. The pirate one's the best one. What's the name of the pirate one? Shadowfall? This is boring. This is boring. This is boring. This is boring. Wait, what? Yeah, I was just saying, Clueless, that the Paladin does seem bugged. It seems like it's taking damage, even when it's got shields up. Shadowfall's the concept paint? Who's got it? Who's got a Shadowfall paint? What are we going to do? How do we get one of them? Yeah, but I don't want to take it off you. Is it in the, if I go to dashboard, can you buy it if you're concierge? Because concierge sometimes get the old paints, right? We might need to buy, like, the Deathstalker paint as well or something like that. That's how I get it? Oh, you got it from here? Do you know what? The more I look at this skin, the more I'm starting to like this, actually. The Solaris. It's not available. Ah, I wish the Valhalla paint was worked on the... Oh, are these like only initial sale paints and not concept paints? The Valhalla paint's nice. Yeah, but I don't think it works. It's not for the Paladin, is it? Oh, where do I get it then? Oh. What are we going to do? What's the website where you can buy skins? We got to have the best skin. Cerberus, why are you not rocking full power supply? Powers in that. What's the website we can get paints? Because we need to get paints. Impound? The Impound. Star Citizen. Is this where you can get skins that are no longer available? This isn't the website I've been on before, I don't think. This isn't the website I've used. Yes, but are you allowed? Well, what am I going to do? How do I get the skin? Maybe it was Star Hanger. Star Hanger. Star Citizen. I haven't been on that web, well, whatever website that was. I've not used that before. It's not cheap. Yeah, because I bet you everyone wants it now that it's not available. CIG, just sell it. Stop being mean. $24? Oh, wait. $16.99? $14.99 lower? Man, what was this paint? Like £6 or like just included? It was just free? Wait, is this you? Is this you, Brick? Brick just linked me to one. How do I get it? I haven't got an account here. Fucking hell, this is well complicated. It would be better if CIG would just sell me the skin. They're not instant? Oh, because they've got to be online? Forget it. I can't be bothered. Forget it. Well, what I'll do is I'll just buy one of the ones available. I'll just get it off one of the... I'll just buy one of the ones that are available for £6. What the heck? I thought you guys said there was like a pirate one. Shadowfall doesn't look like that much different from the base one. These are just so boring, though. The downstream one's, like, basically the same. No, there's no pirate one. I think I'm starting to come around to this one. I think I might get this one. And it's concierge skin. If we don't want it, we can just gift it away later. Oh my god, boys. The frickin' Chrome does not work. For me. Checking out. Man, how annoying. Shadowfall was 684 and it's in my buyback. Is Shadowfall the one we're on about? I could just buy it. You can't buy the Shadowfall one. It's not available. It's not on the website. Thundercloud is going for 120. What's Thundercloud? Can you link me to that? The badass Perseus paint? Can you guys send me a link? What does that look like? Am I going to be FOMO'd out my ass not being able to get these skins? $9.38 in your buyback? Oh, boys, this is so good. What the heck? Spoon! I'm going to FOMO my butt off. Oh, I don't even care about the Perseus, but this looks so good. Star Citizen Perseus. The frick? I don't even care about the Perseus. I don't even care about the Perseus. Oh, this shot's so cool. Have we seen any pictures of what the outside looks like yet? This looks cool, but if it's anything like the BMM, you know, when they, like the concept pics of the BMM were so sick, and then we got a big fat bait and switch for a big fat model. Does it look like this? Has anyone seen like a recent video of it? This looks so good. I bet it doesn't look like this. I bet it doesn't look like this. I'm going to have to alt F4. Oh shit. Hayatsu, sorry. I'll be right back. I got to get the skin. Oh, it's going to be an Art Corp. I'm sorry, Hayatsu. We can't fly around without the drip, okay? We can't fly around without the drip. It's going to look like that from my understanding. They only did some minor changes for the escape pods. I bet it does. You bet it looks like that. It looks too cool. It looks too cool, which means it's going to look terrible.
Mr. Spooner.
Hello, Zephram. How you doing?
I heard you're doing stuff and we're going to help you.
Yes.
Sounds good. Feel free. Feel free.
You want to shoot me a party invite?
Yeah, I could do that now, actually. From the menu, look.
Where are we doing them at?
Well, it's better if we spread around and take them individually, to be honest. But if you want to just jump in with me, you can. If the thing is, it's better for me to have. It's either me and Hayatsu, or it's me, Hayatsu, and you and someone else. Because otherwise, if you jump on, I lose my weapons, basically.
You lose your weapon? What?
Well, because the pile... So if it's just me and Hayatsu, I get to fire the wing guns. Hayatsu gets to fire the turret.
Oh.
But if you jump on a turret, then I won't get to fire the other turret.
Oh, you're plaiding it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because it's the best. That's what we were running earlier.
Right, we now need to go back to Art Corp to get the skin. Unfortunately, chat. I'm so sorry. But this is worth it.
Your vehicle, please visit us again.
Well, it's either 2 or 4 man. 2 or 4 man. Why isn't it coming up? The stock paint looks pretty good. The stock paint looks pretty good. Have you seen the points are basically even? I have a paladin if they want to use it. I think the guys are just wanting to get some progress on their pointies.
I've also got a paladin.
Everyone's got a paladin. It's the best.
It's so good.
Spoon secretly wants the Perseus. He doesn't want to buy it. I mean, true. 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 The paladin is, the Perseus is looking quite good. Like, if I forget it exists, then I'm happy. But then if I see
Wait
it...
for me.
No. You're not here. We gotta go. They give him one... Imagine if they give us a Perseus to give away, boys.
I would poop my pants.
Imagine if they give us a Perseus. That'd be so sick. If they give us a Perseus to give away, Spoon might win it. Imagine. Spoon wins the giveaway. That'd be so sweet. I'd win that one for sure. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Share the mission, Saiku. I'll win that. I need 2. Streamer RNG. Congratulations, Spooner, on the Perseus win. I already have one, but I want 2. Yeah, of course. Congrats, Spooner. I know, it's, I can't believe I won the Perseus. Crazy. One
I
for
got
each.
one of the missions, but I missed the other one.
Oh, there you go. I got both. It's rigged. Congratulations, Spooner. He wins the Perseus. Did I CC you my Stinger to a Paladin? No, I CC'd my Redeemer to the Paladin, and I CC'd my MX to the Stinger. Both of which I feel are a mistake. Both of which I feel was a mistake. Wait, where's your... I like the Paladin. I just feel like right now it feels a little bit underwhelming from a defense point of view. Hi, Rupert. Deemer is an old school toy. Yeah. I just feel like this is quite weak. I feel like it's taking... But I think it's a problem. I think it's a bug. I think it's taking more damage than what it should.
We can really use your help.
Hey, Rupert. Hey, buddy.
He's only got one size 2 shield. Paladin does.
Yeah, but right now I think lasers are going through the shield.
That may be true.
It felt like everything that was shooting me was lighting up my hull. Yeah, exactly. But we're going to see that now. We're going to see it now.
Got a notice that you closed out that contract. Appreciate you taking care of it for us.
What are you doing for dinner, babe?
Payment now.
You're going to make what?
Don't think for a second you'll get anything from that traitor.
What time are you planning for dinner?
Wait that easy.
Oh, is he hiding from you? Rupert, go on. Go to mommy. Hey. Right, out. Come on, out. Go to mommy. Go on. I feel like I'm betraying him. Right. Go now. Go to mommy. Go on, out. Hey, out. Go on, out, out. Good boy, out. Out, out. He feels like I've better betrayed him here. I also noticed the hangar gets recognized now if you have ships on it and have Idris stored. On the Idris. Rupert, no. He really doesn't want to go. How's your progress with CFP? I don't know what I was. Like 300 before, maybe? $550. $550. We just got up 200, I think. Brick with the £25 donation. Get something nice for dinner for you and Adele? Don't tell her. Oh, I read that out loud. I read that out loud. Adele, Brick wants us to get something nice for dinner. He just sent the money for us to get something nice. What do you want? She deserves it. She does deserve it. She's awesome. How can I lock my ports? What's the button to lock ports?
Okay. Right, okay.
Right, okay. Oh, that's what I pressed before, I think. That must have been what I did before. Hangar queues everywhere. You'd think there would be hundreds of people flying around here, leaving hangars, coming and going, but there's no one here, and there's no hangar in a big city like this. Does VTOL do anything? It doesn't, does it? It's just aesthetics.
Not right now, but when flight atmospheres come in, yes.
Didn't they say they were adding all new stations to all cities? Yeah. Doubt it somehow.
Warning, you are leaving a safe zone.
Brick, thank you, mate. That's very nice of you. Spooner can links and Crimson Suitcase get party invites. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'll get you guys that invite right now. I will invite you straight away. Thrusters and Dust, thank you for the follow. That's very nice of you. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out and following the channel. VTOL literally changes your thrust vector if you have a ship which supports VTOL. Really? It doesn't feel like anything changes. Oh, hold on. Let me get the boys in here. Links and Cribs. Look how good I am as a party manager there. Didn't I just turn off the engines? What the heck? It's not as noticeable as it was in the old flight model. When VTOL came out, it was crazy. Look at that. What a ship.
Thanks for lending a hand.
What a beautiful ship. Let's get the skin on the go.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been placed with
Hopefully the skin is here. Is there a way to fix changing quantum drive and uninstalling jump drive? You just have to uninstall the jump drive before you change the quantum drive. So just remove it, save it, change it, add it back in, and then save it again. I can't believe the guy from this podcast said there is no reason to pledge for an A1. True. Dude, Were you here, Broken, when he answered your question? So if you're going to have alts, are they going to be Citizen Fork and Citizen Knife? I do have some alts already. I have Big Spooner and Sit Spawn. Sit Spawn, I think. I can't remember. I think that's what they were. Invite Big Boy. All done. I got him. Big Boy. Mr. Big Boy. I shouldn't say that on stream. Wait, where are you? Flabbergasted. Blunt Spork. Yeah, the choices are endless, aren't they? Right, we got the concierge skin.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
How dare someone insult the... Yeah. Sorry.
Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again.
In theory, you should only make pledge ship that give you a head start in 1.0, so you can make money to buy more ships. Babel. We want to buy all the ships, okay? Leave us alone. Let us buy all of the ships. Carradine, how's it going? What's holy shit? Just bomb them? The A1 gives me a head start in killing capitals. My 21 ship fleet will give me a head start. Hayes, you don't need 21 ships. Tell players not to spend money on the game. That's so we have an advantage when we start. Blight Vale? Who's Blight Vale? Has 60 players in voice chat too many for me? Do you get nervous around 60 people? What's your limit? I don't have all of the ships, but I have all the ships I can get my hands on. Perfect. Don't forget the door. Yeah, same. Ships are the best, boys. Oh, I do like the skin, actually. Okay, boys, what do we think? Do we like the concierge skin? Much better than any bullshit skin I can't buy, right? Much better than any ship I can't buy. Hey, Gary. Hey, Gary. Gary. Flying banana? No. Not a flying banana. This is a good-looking skin. This is a good-looking skin, boys. Don't rip it, okay? You're just jealous. Oh, I can't turn the power on. What's going on? My keybinds weren't working. How's it going, Quantum Dispatch? I actually don't know who runs the Quantum Dispatch Twitch account. Not GFA. Okay. Why are my keybinds working? Gabe, a baby. Wait, why is nothing working? What the heck? Oh, one dark. Okay, I got you. Right, game, obey me. Obey me. Where's my landing gear? I wonder if it's something to do with the VTOL thing. Because it says... Keybinds aren't working. What the heck? But we have to fly it looking like this. It's not the sticks. It's the keyboard keybinds aren't working with the ship. What the heck? You've had it where nothing works? Yeah, I couldn't even power up the ship. Maybe I just need to get out of the seat. The music audio sounds distorted. Is the music sounding okay to everyone? Bro, I can't put the landing gear up. This is ridiculous. You're ruining my vibe, CIG. The music sounds good. Okay here. Music sounds good. Alright, it's Broken's issue. Bro, it's taking forever to get out. What are you saying?
Is there a toggle on the console?
For landing gear?
Like a button you can press?
Yeah, no, not that I can see. Well, the landing gear will go up now. Because when you quantum drive, it goes up automatically, look. Okay, we're good, we're good. Change seats. All right, if we break it, then we'll go again. I need to get my own mission, I think. CFP. Oh, I've got them all nice. 71k. Track. Map. Perfect. Missing person. Let's go. You had to recopy your profile? It's weird, because, like, sticks are all working apart from, like, the buttons that weren't working on keyboard. Very strange. Change seats. Play Crazy Games TTV. Did you just... Yesterday, did you ask me to collaborate? You could at least come in and make friends with me first. Ask me about collaborations. Oh, and it was in the Paladin? Maybe the Paladin's just broken.
You share the mission.
Oh, yeah, I forgot, yeah. Okay, I think this skin will do for us. Looks alright. The cantaloupe skin? Are you suggesting the skin is the thing that's breaking it? What a good looking ship. What a good looking ship. Oh, it's
I love seeing
Fiend.
that turret move.
Yeah, the turret's cool. Put it on the bottom, we'll do a strafe run. Is that the pally? Yeah, look at it though. Look at this skin. It's the concierge skin. Oh fuck, have we got rockets incoming? Oh, we're dead. Look how red we are already. This thing's made of paper. Can you take out the turrets with that?
More than likely.
Oof. Can you take out the missile turret then? Oof. I can't. You know. Oh, there you go. Can you not usually get pips? Can you usually not get pips on like turrets? Shoot the turret! Hayatsu, shoot the turret!
I don't have an angle.
It's right there in front of us. Oh, do I have to pull up for you? Like that? Oh, Do I have to look down? Or yeah, for you on the bottom.
I'll be on the bottom.
It's right underneath you. You see it there?
Ankle up a little bit.
Fuck it up.
Ankle up slightly.
I need to invert my stick. It's hard to move around though. Is it not getting destroyed?
It just takes a lot of shots.
Yeah, but you got a lot of weapons. Look at all the NPCs as well. Oh, I could do power. Dude, none of my keyboard buttons are working. My cooler isn't on. What the heck's going on with this ship?
Cooler doesn't need to be on. Doesn't do anything.
Yeah, but just nothing was working.
Shields hit.
Wait, what was shooting me then?
Just NPCs. Ground fire.
Flying Copion. How far... What's the convergence on this bad boy? I don't know what that shortcut's for. Oh, I can do convergence on the fly. I can change the convergence, but it's just a bit tricky to do. It's kind of tricky the way I've got it set up on this thing. Can you see any NPCs underneath us? Okay, now I'm getting the hang of it with the convergence thing. Right, let's go and land and inspect. I've got no landing gear. Oh, what the heck? What the heck, boys? How am I going to land without landing gear? Is it in the menu? How do I land if the button's not working? Nothing's working. Is there a way to put down landing gear through, like, one of the F menus? I mean, it's a pretty flat ship, so... I can't also turn the engines off or anything? Yeah, maybe get out of that seat a sec. I wonder what the bug is with it. Copilot bugs it?
All systems offline.
I don't know why the landing gear just started working. Maybe wait to get in that seat until I'm in it. I don't know what bugged it. Ready for your assessment? Interesting. Interesting. So Fox, in order to become a PvP Sherpa in the community here, he's got to beat Spoon. He's got to beat Spooner.
Hey, it's Lima from CFP. Just wanted to thank you for picking up that contract. We can really use your help.
Let's get it. Fox, me and you can have a fight in an hour if you're around. Bro, I have beat you. We're like 60-40 in your favor so far. I don't think I was trying hard. Wonder where that NPC was running off to. I can't grab it. Oh, is this the one that's broken? Can you hand it in by putting it on the freight elevator, though? It doesn't work if you hand it in. If I pick it up, it's not mine. If you can't pick it up, it's not yours. Oh, because it hasn't continued the mission. Oh, I wonder if this is like... I wonder if there was 2 data pads there and the one I picked up was like someone else's. Oh, don't bother. You just think it's broke. I've got it. You said don't bother. Look at that. We got it. Data pod. Dude, that's funny because I did one of these the other day. Dude, look at this ship. It's so beautiful. Man, it's the simple things. Paladin. We know. Return the other one? No. Fuck the other one. Hey, Prope, how's it going, dude? You okay? I want the new armor. The new armor is sick. Yes, the ship is fixed again. We're Gucci boys.
Shields offline.
If you like the music, by the way, it's this is Wikipedia. Wait, actually, is it Wikipedia or has it gone on to someone else? That's why I start off listening. No, this is not Waka, no. Man, I'm a beast with the Paladin. Can you not see my red nose?
Quantum drive is now.
That was totally not done by NPCs.
Quantum drive is now up. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum
Well, I think it's broken right now, Carden. I think it's broken. I think it's taking more damage than it should.
shields online.
It's not particularly overpowered. I feel like the problem is with the Paladin is it's just not that exciting to use, I don't think. Just not that exciting. How are things with this update? I mean, things are working for me. But I think there's a lot of things not working currently. I was trying to spin it in, but it's a bit of a boat.
All systems offline.
Gankers around crew. A little flickeroony. How's it going, Sid? You okay? Where do I get that armor? Which one? This armor? Mistress J. This armor is the newest armor, the Palatino armor. To get the white variant is from Wicklow. But to get the base version to give to Wicklow. Fast DPS, thank you for the sub, by the way. You need the base version of the Palatino armor, which is really rare right now because the boxes are broken. It's not respawning the box. Ogre Baba. Sounds good. From distribution centers, you find the new orange boxes, but currently they are not respawning. So, people were able to get them as soon as the patch dropped. Look how beautiful she is. Dude, this is what I love about a ship. If every time I'm doing something and I turn around to look at the ship, it looks good, I'm like, hell yeah. I don't know why these are stuck on there.
I have the store-bought Palatino armor, except for I'm using an Antium helmet.
Oh.
They had no cause,
Interesting.
nothing to believe in.
Spoon is huffing the copium because he can't get the black set. I would love the black set. I would love the black set. That would be sick. Spoon, can you invite me so I can do CFP? Sure. I can. Almost melting my tack for the Paladin. I think the tack overall is probably more useful, right? You've got little bay for the Fury. You've got a med bay. Bit more of a jack of all trades, I'd say.
I rebought the tack since you can buy it right now.
Yeah, I think the tack is kind of cool. Spoon, you have stream late. K, thanks. Keep my people entertained. Keep your people entertained. I'm getting off of it now, bro. I'm going to spend some time with Adele tonight. Yeah, she ended up getting back at like midnight. It was crazy, a crazy day by the sounds of it. I think she left like Brighton at like 3 in the afternoon or something. I can't remember the exact times, but
Hi, it's Lima with Citizens for Prosperity. Just wanted to thank
going to watch the F1 quali. What time's the qualifying on, Mishap? Spooner's covering for me today. Listen. Boys, how'd you time someone out? I don't know how to. You're lucky there's no mods here. How'd you even do it? I have no idea. Time out. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get him out of here. He said 190 people, no mods. There are mods. They're all here. Did you time out Tog? Yeah, I timed him out for 10 seconds. Guy deserved it. Monster. Qualifying's at 9 o'clock. I will probably watch that later because I want to go and hang out with Adele and have some dinner and stuff. Spooner, could you invite me, please? It's exterminator. Bro, X, you're not on my friends list.
Hey, it's Lima from CFP. Just
Do I have
wanted
to
thank
jump
you
to
for
the
picking
planet
up
first?
that contract.
Oh.
Use your help.
Wait, is that on a different planet? That's it, AC right now. I could jump in AC if you're going to put up a proper fight. Because otherwise it'd be boring for the people. Bro, can I just jump, please? Oh yeah, by the way, guys, if you're enjoying the stream on Kick, TikTok, YouTube, wherever you are, feel free to come and watch on Twitch. Currently, we're doing a shiv... a giveaway. All you have to do is watch on Twitch. You gain bonus entries for the giveaway. And also, just, you know, that'd be really swell of you. Hang out on Twitch with the cool. I'm a useless mod. I'm just for show. Dude, that's so funny. Hey, here's a question for the community here. If we had to move platforms, because Twitch, you know, was like, I don't know, terrible or shutting down or whatever, what platform should we go to? I would like think YouTube would be kind of awesome. Kick is great because we get paid more on Kick. Kick Areno? OnlyFans? I just think it's like an interesting question that if we had to move somewhere, obviously we'd probably still multi-stream no matter what happened. YouTube. Man, I'd love for the community to be on YouTube. That'd be sick. YouTube is good for longevity. Kick is good for making moolah. The money thing is a big issue because I think if someone wants to like sub on YouTube using like their app or whatever, it costs more because of Apple want a bit of the pie and YouTube want the pie. OnlyFans? Okay. I'll set up the OnlyFans today, boys. I have to keep my clothes on. I made no promises. I feel like Kick eventually will just move to like 50-50 or something like that. And also, I feel like if Twitch can't get its shit together, I don't exactly have that same confidence in, you know, Kick or whatever. Hayatsu, are you gonna shoot the turret or what? Does an Ursa rover fit inside a Taurus? Yes. I think Kick will move partner plus to keep above Twitch. Hey, baby. What's the matter?
See if you can get
What'd you say?
towards the ridge line. So just the turns poking up. Like don't expose the,
of course.
Don't expose the body of the ship, but just see if you can pop the turn over the ridge line.
Brick, Adele just came in and said, "Are you sharing that food money with me?" Of course. That's.
No, I only asked.
Okay, hold there. Go down just a little bit. Right.
No.
Right
Look,
there.
Brick said, "Get something nice for dinner for you and Adele." Can you see it there? Yeah, don't tell Adele about the food money, boys. We could get 2 double
Turns
beef
down.
burgers for ourselves. Is it down? No. What food do you want? You want an unagi? Are you able to order the food? Adele said, "Thank you, Brick." Do you want to say to him on screen? Are you here, Brick? He might not be here.
I think I know the turn's firing.
Wait, what did
Yeah,
that? Hold on.
They're all firing.
Oh, we're getting shot at?
Bug out.
Okay, I just swapped. Just the usual. Just whatever my usual is.
Yeah, we killed the top turret, and then the other turns didn't fire until we got really close.
Wait, what did you say? Hold on. What did you say? I'm trying to see. I think if you can get everyone here to follow and watch on Kick, it'll be a game changer. Oh my god, we got a scratch on it. Okay, all done. Getting chippies. No, unagi. Unagi. What is unagi?
It's like
Japanese. Fusion.
Eel.
Unagi. Yeah, if every... Hold on. I set up a key. Hold on. Mishap. Do exclamation point multi. Explanation point multi. Try that. And for those of you guys who don't know, we are now partnered with Kick. So if you just watch on Kick, maybe you watch on Twitch, but just lurk on Kick, I get paid for that. So it's like fantastic. Plus, if at some point, you know, Twitch does something, we've got another home that we can go to. Did you get some salt and pepper fries as well? What a legend. I don't think Brick's here. Oh, no, he is here. Brick is here. I don't know if you want to say thanks. Ah!
sorry.
Right, you ready? I'm going to give you a peekaroo. Hold on, here's the microphone.
Okay, thank you, Brick.
Okay, hold.
For our lovely dinner.
Go down.
I don't have to cook.
Okay, go down a little bit.
He said, "You're welcome." Keep bowing.
Yeah.
Can you see it? Feel like shit. You're tired. Oh, you look shit. I don't think. Oh. Cole said hi, Adele. Kun said hi. Guys, I think the future is YouTube. I think the future is YouTube. YouTube want to go after... Oh, can you see this turret? I think YouTube want to go after TikTok, and YouTube have the money and the Google.
Hold on, I'm gonna switch. Because we have quadrant shields. I'm gonna front load the shields.
I think YouTube is going to be the absolute biggest one. Yeah, if you can't chat on Kick or whatever, just like hanging out on Kick, lurking on Kick is really great. YouTube is a good all-around platform for growth and engagement. True. I can't tell if I'm hitting it or not. I've got this thing where I can change the convergence, look. I think it's still alive, that one, isn't it? Oh, this one's alive next to us. Look at this one. This one on the ground right in front of us.
They're attacking someone else.
Is it dead? Is that 8 size 4s? That's a lot. It's size 5s on top, isn't it? Dude, no latency between Kick and Twitch. What do you mean no latency? Like when I talk, it's on Kick, it's like faster. As for TikTok, it's no longer competition in the US. It's the same 4 or 5 billionaires own social media now. I'm trying to catch up on you. I've been trying to make TikTok for years. This whole reason shorts exist. YouTube is all around platform. I know what you mean. They make money with stake. It's on Kick. 34. Huge! Huge! The Kick. The guys on Kick have been showing up every day. Lurking. It's amazing. I make like, I don't know, like between $10 and $15 a day just off the Kick lurks. It's amazing. It's 4 size 4s and 4 size 5s. Huge. Huge guns. Oh, like the audio? Oh, it was the same as Kick. Some days the Kickers say that latency is better on Kick. But there's nothing I do to make it different. It's the same feed. Oh, there is a ship coming over that back. Can you see that, Hayatsun?
Yeah.
He's just over the other side. Make sure he doesn't come over and come in behind me. I absolutely think the future for streaming will be YouTube. It has inbuilt discoverability. It saves all the VODs straight away. I actually think that YouTube is the platform of the future for streaming. They are doing the vertical and the horizontal integration. And also, now you can just get memberships the same as subs. You can gift. And I think you can do it all on the phone.
Thanks for lending a hand. Appreciate your help and support.
They take too much. YouTube right now is too greedy. YouTube is too greedy with their streaming. They're taking too much money off people. YouTube take... Well, it's Apple, right? So if people sub on their phones... One good thing about YouTube is you can set your own sub prices. So you could be like... I think mine was just £5. Whereas Twitch put theirs up to $6 or whatever it is. And I only get 60% of that. YouTube take 30%. But then if you sub on a phone, Apple take another percentage as well. It's crazy. I'm coming, buddy. Don't sub from your phone. The vertical and horizontal replication implementation is YouTube hacking. Don't buy an iPhone. I think Apple is so greedy. Apple, I think, if someone purchases anything through the App Store, Apple should get like 3 fucking % or something. AV1 on YouTube, yep. The future, man. AV1, the future. For encoding.
Frontier fighters are going to keep on fighting, regardless of what you've done here. We remember.
That guy was staring you down. He doesn't know that you got the size 5s. I think that'll be the future, is my guess, guys. Because Twitch isn't really about gaming anymore, and that's a shame. Like, Twitch is now sitting there on your computer. Like, I tried watching some of the IRL streamers, like Kai Cenat and stuff like that. Like, Kai Cenat's obviously different in the sense that he gets, like, Linkin Park on his show or whatever. But the IRL streaming, like Jason and all those other ones, I, like, really don't get it. Like, I really don't get it. Nothing against the IRL streamers, I just don't really get it. They all started gaming.
Takeoff complete.
Why can't I lock on this? Oh, it's 4. Here's my take. If it's going to be IRL streaming, give us hot sub streams back. Your IRL streamings would be lit. Spooner, you know how to talk to girls? Yep, I'm off out. See you, Adele. Wait, it shows my name? Of course. It wouldn't let me lock onto you, though, which is interesting. I like... guys, do you not think, like, IRL is, like, sort of cringe? Like, taking a camera, going to the bars, talking to people live, like, putting cameras in their faces. Do you think, like, the whole IRL thing is, like, cringe? Of course it's cringe. That's what gets views. Boys, I'd rather just hang out with you guys, play some Star Citizen, chat nonsense about the game. Imagine. Sleep streams. Right, I'm gonna have a nap, boys. Stay here, please. Get the ad revenue. I actually don't think there's anything wrong with, like, 24-hour streams. Like, VOD replay streams or whatever, 24/7 streams. You just shouldn't be doing it in the directory. That's, like, my main thing. In the future, I might have, like, a 24-hour always-on stream somewhere. But, like, not in the Star Citizen directory. I think that's bullshit, to be honest.
Are you talking about, like, people like the 5-star?
We know who I'm talking about. We know who I'm talking about. I think it's Oh, wait. Have I swapped missions at some point? What the heck? I've swapped missions? Like, which mission was I on for... I'll just have to go to the station and hand it in. Wait, where's my nav marker right now? Yes. I want to go to Bajini Point. I'm so confused. Why is none of these missions contracts on track? Where's the mission for the pad I just handed in? Did someone else complete that without me knowing? I think so, right? Let's just take another one. I have no idea what happened then. Maybe someone handed in something and it counted for me. We did a 24-hour stream, but we played the game, watched sitcom, and taught the entire time. Yeah, like, sleeping on stream. Like, all of the IRL stuff is, like, really cringy to me.
Hi, it's Lima with Citizens for Prosperity. Just wanted to thank you for coming on.
Wait, why? What is going on with the locations? Maybe it's just because I'm taking too many missions. It's all... I want to watch you sleep. Okay. I'll take my camera to bed tonight. Bro, please, just... Alright, Mishap, have fun. House of Dynamite, fast-moving, intense, emotional. Kind of movie you'll sit till the end credit in silence. Oh, really, yeah? I want to watch Rupert sleep. Alright, 24-hour Rupert sleeping stream. That sounds good. I do think that the future will be on YouTube, to be honest with you. I bet he could inspect an asteroid in his sleep. I'm not going to lie to you. I do see asteroids in my sleep, so... I don't know anyone who watches people on Kick. Well, Puffle, we became a Kick partner, and people just lurk there, and we get paid for it, so it's very cool. We got 36 people watching on Kick right now. Holy moly. Kick crew is ace. I earn more from people lurking on Kick than Twitch ad revenue. I watch people on Kick. I actually earn more off Kick partner revenue than I do off Twitch ad revenue. It's crazy. Look at you boys. You're all showing up. And I think as a streamer, you sort of just have to be everywhere nowadays. Be everywhere. Diversify as much as possible. Well, to be fair, 99% of your viewers are subbed, so ad revenue is all non-existent. Has everyone got a spoon? Is there anyone in chat who hasn't got a spoon? Let's see. Let's see how many viewers we've got who are spoonless right now. Carradin's spoonless. Carradin, you watch me every day. No spoon, bro? No spoon? Oh, fuck. We're so dead. Ooh, holy. Alright, switch turret down. Press S. I think these guys are on the outside. I'm 6,500 into a project right now. Spoon. No spoon now. Greg doesn't have a spoon. Right, we're going to do a flyby. You ready? Murder everyone. I has spoon. I can't really see, so this is on you, I think. Can you see his marker?
I gotta get out of the seat and back in it.
Damn, we're broken. I'm spoonless on kick. I'm eating puff rice pudding with a spoon. Does that count? I has spawn. Yeah, fair. Fair, Carrot, fair. How do I get a spork? The sporks are the highest level. The sporks are the highest possible level. Oh, are you back in, yeah? Have you got the yellow marker for the guy, yeah? He's there somewhere, look. See where I'm shooting. Spare your hydration. I'm gonna land us. It's got like lights on the bottom. Yeah, that sounds terrible. Why aren't you, I guess you're just doing it up front, right? And then wait until the client pays you for all the work. If you see an A2 flying around, it's not me. Oh my god. Stay away from me, 4. I need the binoculars. I need the monoculars. Oh, we did kill him. We just needed to get the...
Yep.
Let's go! We got it!
Yeah, the Paladin does have a lot of stuff going for it. It has quadrant shields, and it has the size 5 turret.
Yep. Dude, I think I'm loving the Paladins, to be honest. I think it's just missing a bit of personality because the inside's so plain. But it's like a military ship, right?
It's weird that there's a cargo deck inside that has 1 SCUs.
It's just to the right of the ladder when you come in, the steps. Am I on? The ship's definitely bugged, I think. Because it said then because when I landed, I turned my engines off. If you love the Paladin, you'll love the Perseus. Yeah, we're gonna need you boys with Perseus to log on every day, thanks.
You know the Stinger's bugged. Now the Paladin's bugged. Is the ship bugged?
I think it's bugged, because I turned the engine off when I landed, but then when I got back in the seat, it was already on. But it was saying that it was off. Oh, share them. Yeah. Share them. That's for turret gun ammunition in the future. I don't know if that's what the thing at the top of the stairs was. Like, let me look in a second, Hermit. Let me look. Can you join for some CFP farming? I can invite you, but I'm finishing now. I think this will be the last mission that I hand in. But the lads are playing, so I don't know if they're all doing the same thing, farming the mission. But I'm going to have to do this tomorrow as well, because I don't think we're going to be finished.
Hi, it's Lima with
The shiv, its existence to be bugged. Well, I think that the paladin's bugged. It's very strange, because when I got back in it, it said the engines and everything were on. Well, it said they were off on the screens. But it was on, and then now it's just started working. It's very strange. Seems like the game doesn't track your progress. Let me have a look. I think if you're doing it as a group like this, you'll get enough of the missions complete that it counts. I think if you play as a group, like, enough of you will get a completed mission that eventually you'll just do it. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but, your arrow has the same issue. There's a lot of bugs in this patch. You should make an issue council report on any of the ships that you feel are broke. Especially the arrow. Like, how did the arrow end up broken? No! Okay. Not a smooth landing. Not a smooth landing, boys. I was going for a little twist.
Old pinball machine.
I was going for a little twist-a-roo. This ship's quite big. It's hard to do it. I've turned off the engines and I've turned off the... Yeah, it's broke. See? I've powered it down. Oh, it's doing the same thing as before, I think, where it's not... Controls are not working. Let me song request. Dude, the song requests are broken. Have you been drinking? No, I don't know. Listen, I promise, officer, I have not been drinking. It's because I think the controls are broken. It's something to do with the seat. It's very bugged. Very, very bugged. So this is where... This is meant to be the ballistics reloader here, I think. And then here, just down below, is just a bit of storage space here. But I think it's all kind of connected. So this is where you'll put your storage. I swear to drunk officer. But this is the ballistic reloader here. Something like that.
So you could have 1 SCUs of just ammo.
Once you turn in yours, how's your progress? Let me find out. Objective withdrawn? Someone just withdrawn an objective as well. Damn, I got 2 pads. Hopefully this pad is the one that counts. No, not that one. Unless that one was the right one, it's just broken. Yeah, look at it. This ship's broke, man. Look at it. It's all powered down for us as well. Hey, are the DC loot boxes fixed? No. Not as far as I know, but we managed to do it as soon as the patch dropped. So we got a few pieces. Then we did a trade for a core for arms that we had as extra. Let's see if this one counts. Yeah, baby. This one should work. All right, let's see their progress. Wait, oh, 1,350. We're so close. We're so close. 150 points off. Is anyone about to hand anything in? Let me just jump in the other chat and see with the boys. I'll put you up there as well. There you go. Gentlemen, I'm 150 points short. Is anyone about to hand in?
We have a data pad. We have to go to SurfM and turn it in.
Let's freaking go, boys. That's 100 points then, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
It's a small mission. It's not a big mission, though, is it?
No.
Oh, okay. Cool.
No.
What I'll do then is
We're having to.
Hi, it's Lima.
Go on.
I was gonna say we're having to stagger. So like, because the 70K ones take a while to spawn, so we do 70 and then we do
I got
44 and then 70.
Shit. All right, boys. Listen, Adele's back. She's ordered some food. Thanks, Brick, as well. Adele's back. It's 8 o'clock here. That's 5.5 hours nearly. We are going to go and raid out here. I think we raid AstroPub. I know that you guys have been watching. You know, we did, like a 3-hour podcast with him. Let's just go and show some support with the 24-hour... You motherfucker. Dude, do not take my weapon. Do not take my guns. I will kill you. I will kill you, bro. Yeah, I'll leave my game open, yeah. Objective complete. It looks like you guys are still going, so I can wait. Let's go show some support. Oh, thank you, Bubba. Thank you for the sub as well, for the 3 months as well. 3-month sub. Anyone else want to sub before I go? An Amazon Prime? Whilst we raid out here?
No.
Let's raid out to Paul here. Let's support his charity stream. Let's go listen to what he's saying. Thank you guys for watching us on the AstroPub podcast this morning as well. I know that we started streaming a bit earlier, so a lot of you guys might not have caught it.
This morning?
Yeah, well, I started streaming at like 3 p.m.
Like you started streaming at 3 p.m.?
Yeah, instead of 4 p.m. No, I started
You
streaming at
started
half
early
2,
today?
actually. I started streaming at half 2.
Morning?
Well, afternoon.
Okay.
Guys,
That's better.
thank you very much for hanging out with me. I appreciate every single one of you every day coming back. And, you know, figuring it out together.
All good.
I'm so tired today. Guys, thank you very much in Discord as well. Thanks for the... I'll leave my game open for a few minutes so we can get those last missions. Everyone, have a good night.
Lynx is on his way to hand in another mission, so just double check.
Yeah, sick.
So are we.
Sick. I'll just leave myself in game for 10 minutes. Guys, thank you very much. I will see you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, Kick, we can raid you out as well.
Hard to detect and stuff like that.
Hold on, Kick. We got you, bro.
And that might be another way to balance your air defense.
Night, everyone. And Kick. Bye-bye.
Ground, and so instead of turrets, maybe it has 2 or 3 ballistas floating around.
Well, I mean, the thing
We
is,
could
you
raid out
have,
on
like, the
YouTube.
turret
It's just a
is
pain in the ass to
actually a
do it.
turret. Like that turret is not stronger than a ship turret. Or it
Maybe I'll
doesn't
try and
have
do it in the
better
future.
range than a ship turret, or it doesn't, or there's egregious design flaws.
Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
On